Gentlemen, let's be in a mood of prayer. Father God, we are grateful unto you for this gathering and for today. You that knoweth everything, we know that you have talked about this day. Even as we gather, we pray for your presence. You called on human beings to come to you so you could reason together. Even as we engage about how human beings can influence the development and growth of our industries, we pray your presence with us. Help each one of us so that at the end of it all, we will leave here having gotten one stepwise action or two to be able to develop our businesses even as we go by, and for our well-being as well. We thank you in Jesus' name. We pray with thanksgiving. Amen.
Thank you, Mr. Fojo. Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. So this morning, I am Linda Kekeli Buahime, and I'm gracing the occasion with my co-MC,
Wache and Safrinfo.
Yes, and would like to welcome you all to the 4th edition of the SEDAT HR conference, the 3rd in Kumasi, but the 4th after its inception in 2003. So we are glad to have you this morning, and we hope that this conference actually promises nothing but the best insightful knowledge, great gems that are going to be taken away from the conference. And I hope that we all grasp everything that we need out of this conference so we don't leave the same way we came in. So my co-MC, will you give us the introduction?
That's wonderful. God bless you so much for coming this morning. I want to acknowledge those online and everyone seated here this morning. We say a very big welcome to you. Thank you so much for gracing this occasion. SEDAT has come this far because every year we make it happen. Yeah. So let's give ourselves a round of applause for coming this morning. The conference is in the educational sector. They'll say that it's duly opened. Yeah. So God bless you so much for coming, and welcome you once again. We are so glad you came.
So this morning our conference is sponsored by Amenkiman Rural Bank. They say that your success is their pride, and we are glad to Amenkiman. We have partners like HR Network. We appreciate you all for your support for making this conference a success. So without much, would like to have a little conference journey. There's this Chinese proverb that says that a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a step, right? And so the day SEDAT decided to take that single step, and in 2023, till date, we want to see how the journey over the years has been. So we'd like you to stay glued to your chairs and then indulge yourself as we watch the video on how far we've come.
I actually thought you were going to say that in Chinese because you said there was a Chinese proverb.
Okay, Xi, thank you.
Okay, so while we wait, we also want to acknowledge these partners to the Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Becca Africa, Click Impressions, My Health Corp, Okanto Studios, SHRP Ghana.
Thank you very much. Good morning. How are you doing? I can see the smiles. So that tells you are doing very well. Hello.
I'd like to acknowledge our distinguished guest speaker, our keynote speaker,
Thank you so much for joining us. Speakers, guests, HR professionals, my people, are you here? Yeah. Thank you so much. I also want to acknowledge the captains of industries who are here. Some of them are here, some of them are on their way coming. Thank you so much. Our online participants, I acknowledge you. Thank you so much for joining us. On behalf of SEDAT Consult Limited, I warmly welcome you to the 3rd edition of the SEDAT HR conference here in Kumasi. This is our 3rd edition in Kumasi, but our 4th edition in Ghana. This year we had our 1st edition in Takrady, and it was awesome. Thank you so much. I see some of you were with us since 2023. You are still with us today. I acknowledge you. Thank you so much. When we began this journey in January 2023, our goal was to create a professional platform in the Ashanti region where HR and business leaders could connect, learn, and lead meaningful conversations that advance workplaces and organizations. Today, 3 years on, we are proud to see that the vision is growing stronger, drawing professionals from across Ghana and beyond to rethink how HR drives business growth and sustainability. This year's theme, HR for Sustainable Growth, aligning strategy with business success, is not only relevant, but very timely. Across Africa, the discourse on sustainability has expanded beyond environmental concerns. It now encompasses the integration of technology in all aspects of HR, employee well-being, social equity, and the integration of best practices from diverse cultural perspectives. Furthermore, it emphasizes the importance of engaging in corporate social responsibility that resonates with local communities. This holistic approach seeks to build resilient organizations capable of withstanding shocks, adapting to change, and thriving amidst uncertainty. In Ghana, like many African countries, businesses are navigating rapid transformation driven by technology, shifting workforce expectations, generational diversity, and economic pressures. There is a clear sense of optimism, reinforced by the International Monetary Fund, which projects a 4% growth rate for Ghana by the end of 2025. And they say that this will accelerate to 4.8% in 2026. This positive outlook presents a critical window of opportunity. However, to fully harness this growth, businesses must invest in the people and strategies that will turn economic potential into tangible business success. Recent data from 2024 Deloitte Global Human Capital Trends Report reveals that organizations that successfully integrate their human capital and business strategies are 80% more likely to achieve superior business success. In addition to reporting significantly higher employee productivity and retention, yet a persistent gap in executing this strategic alignment remains a global challenge. Globally, the World Economic Forum's 2023 report states that 44% of workers' core skills will be disrupted in the next 5 years. However, their May 2024 update indicates that this transition is accelerating, with 6 in 10 workers requiring retraining before 2027. These are not just numbers. They tell a story. A story that when people and business strategies move in the same direction, organizations become more resilient, more innovative, and more sustainable. This means the future of every organization depends on how intentionally we build, develop, and retain our people. HR is therefore not a support function. It is a strategic partner in business success. When HR aligns with business strategy, productivity rises, innovation flourishes, and growth becomes sustainable. At SEDAT Consult, we believe that sustainable growth begins with people who are the real drivers of performance. And that is what today's conference is all about. We will explore 4 key topics that capture this year's focus areas. 1 is future ready HR, how we can lead business growth through strategic people leadership. Building talent pipelines, ensuring that organizations are not just hiring, but developing the next generation of leaders. Using HR metrics to make data-driven decisions that link HR efforts directly to business outcomes. Creating a culture of engagement where people feel valued, motivated, and inspired to give their best. These conversations are not abstract. They are grounded in our current reality, where many organizations are struggling with talent retention, low engagement, and performance gaps. The PwC CEO Survey 2024 found that 58% of CEOs in Ghana believe labor and skills shortages will significantly impact profitability in the next decade. The answer to this reality lies in HR being agile and then inclusive and being future ready to align their strategy with the company's vision. We believe Kumasi is the ideal location for this conversation. Its continuous growth as a business hub for the Middle Belt, coupled with its vibrancy, diversity, and untapped potential, makes it a fitting setting for our conference this year. By hosting this conference here, we are empowering HR and business leaders across the Ashanti region to proactively shape the future of work rather than merely reacting to it. So today, as we learn, as we share ideas, as we connect, let us remember that sustainable growth is not achieved by policies and profits alone. It is achieved by people. So when you invest in your people, when you align strategy with purpose, and when you lead with vision, business success becomes inevitable. Before I conclude, please permit me to express my heartfelt appreciation to the dedicated SEDAT Consult team. Thank you so much for your tireless commitment, your professionalism, your creativity. I know I push you so hard. Thank you. You are the engine that keeps this vision alive. Indeed, I have the best team ever, and I'm grateful to God for each of you. Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for my team. Thank you very much. To our volunteers, I keep coming to you. You keep responding. Thank you so much for being part of today's conference. I can't mention all of you, but I know you are here, and I'm grateful to you for the effort you put into making this a success. Thank you very much. To our platinum sponsor, Abenfima Rural Bank, I cannot thank you enough. We say a big thank you. Tony, please tell your team we are grateful. Your unwavering support over the past 3 years. When we started this journey in 2023, you didn't know where this vision would take us, but you jumped on board without questioning. You just supported us, and you've been with us since. I'm really grateful. Thank you so much. I would like to acknowledge as partners the Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, of which SEDAT Consult is part, HR Network Africa, Strategic Human Resource Professionals, Okante Studios, Click Impressions, My Health Corps, and our official media partner, Asasi Radio. Your collaboration, visibility, and shared commitment make this initiative stronger. I'm grateful. Once again, I welcome you to the SEDAT HR Conference 2025 Kumasi edition. As we begin today's session, let us remember that sustainable growth is built not only on profit, but on people. When we align our people strategy with our business goals, we build organizations that last, teams that perform, and leaders who inspire. So, let us learn, let us connect, let us lead the call for transformation. Thank you for being a part of this movement. This is a movement that believes that people, strategy, together will lead to sustainable growth. I wish you all a very insightful and impactful conference. Thank you for coming. God bless.
Indeed, when you invest in your people, business success is inevitable. And I think she is a working example of that. Investing in her people, and indeed, SEDAT is where it is today. And we thank God for that. And that was a good one. Madam Patricia, she mentioned that when the vision started, she didn't know which direction it was going. Sometimes the career of the vision is as important as the vision's enrollment. And so the career of the vision is a sweet person. If you come into contact with her, you know that she is a sweet person, and the people that came to support came because of her persona, and we thank God for that.
Okay, so while the media team work their way around it, we want to welcome Supernatural Intent to give us a spoken word. Round of applause.
Talks about growth, the rise, the results, the reach. But growth is never the beginning. It's the outcome of something deep, a foundation. Before any structure stands tall, its base must be built to last. Growth is the beginning of people working together. The consciousness that people are the foundation. Without them, the company cannot stand. If people are truly our greatest asset, why do we guard profits tighter than we guard people? If people are truly our greatest assets, then let's invest in them with intention, precision, passion. Not because it's on the calendar, but because we mean it when we say they are our greatest assets. Because when people feel valued, they give more than skills, they give soul. They don't just work, they build resilience, unapologetically. They don't just stay, they grow. And when they grow, they become the talent pipelines of tomorrow. And our organizations grow strong. That's when growth becomes sustainable. Not merely because strategy exists, but because people give it life. People power it. Sustainability is not a document. It's a decision. A daily decision to value people. A daily decision to measure what truly matters. To align strategies with real human impact. Because when people become the foundation, growth doesn't just happen. Growth will last.
Indeed, when people become the foundation, growth will last. Thank you, Supernatural. And you can contact her should you need a spoken word for any of your occasions. Thank you.
His HR leadership at Sandvik West Africa introduced performance management, talent acquisition, and employee engagement systems that restructured operations and boosted revenue by 80%. He also advanced diversity, increasing female representation from 1.8% to 15%. A member of the Institute of Directors, Ghana, Nuhu holds an MBA in marketing from the University of Ghana and has completed executive programs at IMD Switzerland and Stockholm School of Economics. He continues to champion innovative HR strategies for sustainable business growth in Africa's mining sector. Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, let us all welcome Nuhu Salifu.
Good morning and welcome to today's session. Hello, can I hear you? Hello. Just for your information, I would like my presentation to be very, very interactive, and because of that, I've come with a number of goodies to give to people who are going to be engaging in this session. I have some goodies here, and at the end of my presentation, I'm going to nominate people that I'm going to give this handle. I'm not going to mention exactly what it is, but you get to know what it is as we go along. So I encourage you to be very, very participatory and engaging. So I've been requested to present to you or to speak about future-ready HR and how we lead organizations using people in a strategic manner. Now, before I go into details, and thanks very much for the compliments on my background, but there's a lot more to tell you about before I even go into my presentation. Just to let you understand or to establish why I feel I deserve to stand here and speak to you about this topic. I started my career back in Anglo Gold Ashanti back in 1993, not in HR, or I didn't set off to become an HR practitioner. But I found HR just by accident, and I think I'll tell you a bit about that story as I go along, just to establish why I'm standing here talking about this topic. And back then, I had finished school as a young man, and if you grow up in a mining community in Takwa or Boasi, your vision is always to end up working in the mines, because that's the vision, that's the people you see, that's your heroes that you see. And it's a very great industry. Mining industry, I think, is one of the best you can find around the world. And so after school, I decided to go in there, and at that time there were a lot of scholarship opportunities that if you are employed and you have the right background, you get the scholarship to then go to university, being paid fully, you get your salary and everything. So it was really attractive to do that. Unfortunately for our batch, when we ended up in Ashanti Gold Fields back then, the scholarship was cancelled. So we were stuck. You have to either leave or you continue and find a way to move out. And I was working in the processing plant back then. And we used to run shifts. So we worked morning, afternoon shift, 3 cycles in a day, in a week, and then you rotate. And through that, I think I became a bit stubborn one day, and that somehow also changed my trajectory in my career for life. This is what happened. So we used to run back shift. In the afternoon, you go to work at 2 p.m. and you close about, I think, 8 p.m. thereabout. And between where we work to the main road where we pick the bus was quite a distance. So if you close, you have to wait for your relief to come in and relieve you before you go out. But by the time you get there, the bus is gone. So you then have to walk for about an hour to the nearest place to get yourself a bus or a vehicle to go home. And somehow I found it very uncomfortable because I felt that it was not realistic. But somehow people have put up with it for a long time, and we all have done it over a period. One day I decided that, look, I'm just going to leave the workplace and go and just catch the bus. And everybody was scared. And because the shift supervisor back then was very tough man. And everybody was afraid to actually go up and speak about this. So I decided that, look, I'm just going to go. Whatever happens, will happen. So I left and then went for the bus. So So the next day I came out and it was a big story. We had to go to the disciplinary forum and all that. But through that defiance, actually I made a point that look, the schedule they put up is not realistic and everybody knows it and nobody is willing to make the change. And through that defiance, actually the cycle was changed so that people can conveniently close and go and get the bus and go back. And that then led to people now saying, now you become our union chairman, whether you like it or not, you will be. And so come the election, I didn't know what happened. People put up my name and then somehow by history I won. And that became the union executive for the whole processing plant, about 600 people back then. I became their union leader. And that also led me again to move up the union ladder. So generally I became executive member and management committee member of the Ghana Mine Workers Union. And that was big back then. The workforce of Anglo Gold Ashanti or AGC back then was about 13,000. Before 2000, the workforce in Obuasi was 13,000. So if you are a union executive leading that group, you know what you are up for. And again, that also led me to be a member of the what we call continuous improvement team member, which was tasked to be responsible or to assist management to improve productivity and cut down costs. So that led me into the path of executive leadership, and I had to sit in board meetings, all because of where I find myself. So to cut the story short, we had an HR manager who was called Pascal Kambonamba in Obuasi back then, for those of you who know him. Meshach was here, I don't know, Meshach has just left. And I think Meshach also got to work with him. So when he was relocated to Eduaprim, he one day called me and said, no, I've been asked to go and lead HR in Eduaprim, but you are not in mainstream HR. But having worked with you and seeing you all this while, I believe that you'll be a very good HR person. So if you agree, I would like you to leave the union and come and work with me. I will move you, I'll promote you to a senior person because I believe that you have that potential to grow up. And I think that chart has actually changed my trajectory again for the rest of my life. And we found ourselves in Kappa. He had just started, I had also started. And after about 6 months, there was opportunity to implement a new HR system. Because HR back then was just run on spreadsheets. We didn't have an HR information system. So if you're doing payroll, whatever you run it on spreadsheets. And you have to manage employee database, everything on spreadsheets. I'm giving you this because we're going to go into the main topics and then we will see the future readiness of HR, where we are now and how far HR has come and where HR is going to go. So I may be seen to be deviating, but I'm just coming back to the main topic of today's presentation. So I had the opportunity, we had to now implement that system. And that was the first time Anglo Gold Ashanti was going to implement a holistic HR management system, incorporating payroll, HR information system, learning and development, all in one package. And I had to champion that. And you can imagine working with mine workers for the first month where we had to go live. If that payroll fails and people don't get their salary, that ends your career. Because for mine workers, their money, you don't touch the money. Whatever you do to get the money done, come in, you have to do it. And very challenging, but we got it to work. For the first month, we managed to pay people using HR information system. And this is 2003, because I moved there 2002 and we had to implement Go Live 2003. And then that became the benchmark within the Anglo Gold Ashanti group, and then it was rolled out at the head office. Before I left in 2006, the head office was using the same system as Eduaprim. Obuasi was a monster on its own, so it took a long time for them to roll that out. I don't know how that ended. I'm sharing this story just to let you know how far HR has come just within a short time. 2002 to now is not that far. But to think that back then a big company like Ashanti Gold Force was even running HR database using Excel should tell you where we are today. Then that led me into moving into Sandvik as the first HR manager, and I must also give credit to my HR team here. Whatever I'm going to say here, the data and everything is coming from the HR team. Again, Krista, thanks very much for the support. Sandvik, again, let me give you a bit of context so that you understand the data I'm going to be sharing throughout the presentation. Sandvik is a mining company manufacturing some mining equipment and solutions. So what we do is to sell this equipment, and then our employees or our team members go to customer site to support these equipment. Which then means that we are a knowledge institution. But back then when I started as first HR manager, again in West Africa, we didn't have anything. The first performance management system, I think I still have that data on my computer. It was done on just pure papers, people filling papers and everything on paper base. And that's how far we have come. Today I'll show you data. You see the kind of analytics that we're running. Thank you. You see the kind of analytics and the kind of insight that we get from our data, just to also show you how far the world of HR and people management has come. Again, credit to my HR team for doing a fantastic job. They are one of the best you can find in the world. As I mentioned to you, I would like my presentation to be very, very interactive. So I've set up a number of polls, 2 polls that I would like to test here, just to get a feel of the room, how we see HR today. So the first question that I would like you to help me answer is about future readiness of our organizations where we come from. The first question we're going to explore, or I would like your honest feedback, is for you to let us know how future ready you believe your organization is as you sit in this room. That's the first question we're going to test. Okay, so I believe there is a Mentimeter code that is supposed to go around to help you to give the answers. So if you have the code or the code is up, please log in on your phone, get the QR code. Yes. And for those online, I don't know if you also see the code on your screen. Please try and just scan the code and answer the question. How confident are you that your HR function is future ready? Okay, so it looks like a lot of people are very confident that their HR function is future ready. If you can move it up so that we'll see the live data showing up. So we have very confident, somehow confident, and not confident, following in that order. And the last one is about not sure what future readiness is about. We're going to talk about that also. Are we okay with that? So we'll come back and make reference to these answers as we go along. So the second question is about how sure or how confident are you that if any senior manager or any member of your management team leaves your organization today, you'll be able to fill up that role easily? That's the second question. If a key member of your management team left today, how confident are you that you could fill the role immediately? Let's see the answers to that. Here we are looking at the executive team, from the MD to your general manager level or your management team level, your finance manager, HR manager, operations manager, customer service manager, marketing manager. If those people should leave, if any of them should drop off today, how confident are you that you'll be able to fill that role internally without any hassle? Okay, so this looks very good. It looks like most of us here have a very good working succession plan in place. That's very encouraging. Let's give ourselves a hand of applause. So, having set the scene, I think we will come back to these results as I go through the topic for the day. We will now want to see what are the topics that we're going to talk about today. The first one, we're going to look at the future workplace, how the future workplace is going to look like, and how our future workforce or teams are going to look like. Then we're going to look at the evolving role of HR. Today, how we see HR, whether our HR is ready to meet the new needs that's going to come up. Our survey results has already shown us that we know what future readiness is about, and we are sure that our organization is future ready. So we're going to look at that as well. And we're going to discuss how to align our HR strategies in line with our business strategies to drive the business. I always say that when we talk about HR, it's not HR for HR's sake. It's HR for the business. So if you are here in HR and you don't understand what the business strategy is, then you need to go back and look at that. Because it's the business strategy that drives the HR strategy. And so that point we're going to make it, and I'm going to show you data from Sandvik, how we've done this over the period. And then I'm also going to show you how to build, or how building the future capabilities that is required to run our businesses is imperative. Today we may not be there, but what steps are we taking to make sure that we have the right people within the right organizations or within the right environment to be able to drive the business? And we also look at HR's role in driving performance within our various organizations. And then I'll end up with my own summary about the discussion points. Now, when we talk about future workplace, how that is going to look like. In my view, I think that we're going to have a lot more hybrid work environment. We're seeing how hybrid work environment has evolved with the advent of COVID and how organizations manage to survive during that period. And I think that this trend is going to continue. To what extent is going to be different from industry to industry and from organization to organization. There are some organizations, because of the nature of work that we do, it's possible for everybody to even work from home. In some organizations, industrial settings, the challenge has always been, who do you allow to work from home and who do you allow to work from the site? So if you have an environment, an industrial environment, where most people or the majority of the people are supposed to be doing work which is physically required to be on site, how do you manage that versus the people who can work from home? There's always that debate about why are other people allowed to work from home and we are not allowed to work from home. And that trend is going to continue. And that is going to be a challenge for HR to navigate going forward. We're going to see a lot more artificial intelligence used in our day-to-day life, in our workplaces, and then all the things that we used to do. I spoke about how far come working HR through the spreadsheets. Today, we've moved beyond spreadsheets. We've moved beyond having a solid HR IS into integrating artificial intelligence to mine that data to give us a lot more insight than we can do or we could do 5 years, 10 years ago. And that is going to be more predominant also in the workplace. We're going to have a lot more emphasis about skills rather than roles or people's job description. It's going to be about what are you bringing to the table or what can you do more than any other person. Because if we start using AI or artificial intelligence, a lot more of the day-to-day operational jobs are going to be automated. And what is the skills that is going to be predominant will be skills that will be required to be able to use the artificial intelligence in a more productive way. And those people who can leverage that kind of technology and skills are going to be the people that are going to be most needed. Diversity and inclusion. When Patricia stood here, she spoke about how we develop diverse culture and diverse teams within our organization. That is going to continue. We're going to have various generations at the workplace. We're going to have different gender sets at the workplace. We're going to have different people. Now when we even talk about diversity and inclusion, we're talking about neurodiversity. Diversity in terms of how we think. We may be all male, we may have the male and female balance, but how we think may not be the same. We need to find a balance, how we bring people in with different mindsets to be able to build innovative solutions for our organization. And that is going to be more predominant in the future of work. Employee experience and well-being. When our spoken art was speaking here, she spoke about we should place a lot more emphasis about people rather than profit and all those things. And the emphasis is going to be about, not more about money. In our environment in Africa, understand that we need more money. But again, people are going to place more emphasis about their life, whether they are having quality life at the workplace in the balance with the money that they are getting. It's not going to be more money, it's going to be money plus other things, which is going to be well-being. How well am I taken care of? How sociable is the workplace? How nice it is to work at the work environment. Those are the things that are going to drive the future workplace. Sustainability. We had Patricia again mentioning sustainability. People are going to talk more about, if I'm working for this company, what is the business about? I'm not going to work for any company because I'm looking for money. I'm going to question the company's practices. If the company or the business is not involved in an ethical business, regardless of the amount of money you are going to pay me, am I willing to work for you? So when we talk about sustainability, those are the things that are going to drive the future well. Now we've seen them. We've seen people being whistleblowers within their own organization when they find unethical practices. And those are going to be more predominant going forward. So the future workplace is going to be very, very interesting, and it also poses a lot of challenge for HR to manage. Now, having set the scene for the future, seeing how HR is going, how the workplace is going to look like, we have to look at how is HR itself evolving to be able to meet those new needs that are going to arise. I've spoken to you about the administrative nature of HR in the past when we were working in HR. At least today I can look back from managing business and say that, look, HR has moved very, very far. But still, I believe that there are organizations that are so far behind. How do we encourage each other in this room that, look, we need to find a better way and smart way of managing our people rather than being more administrative. Going into the future workplace, the people themselves are going to manage their day-to-day administrative tasks. Even today, we have self-service portals that the day-to-day admin work that HR used to do, leave management, payroll management, we use our phones to manage them ourselves. And employees are doing those things. So if you are a master of administration, you should know that your days are just going to be numbered very soon. We're moving into more strategic nature, how we encourage people, how we build solid teams, how we engage teams, how do we create engaging workplace that people will be happy and willing to work with. That's the way HR is moving. And so if you are an HR manager or HR director, you should always ask yourself, for how long will this skill be needed? And how fast are we evolving as HR organization or as HR team to meet the challenging needs and the new needs that are arising because of the changing workforce and workplace dynamics that is coming. We need to look at HR driving innovation. When we talk about innovation, how do we create the environment to ensure that our teams are far ahead? If we are selling water, how best can we train our people to sell water the best way than any other water selling company? If you go to the shelf, we all find a lot of different brands of water. But I believe between me and you, we know which brands to go for, right? In this room, we know why we have Verna sitting on this table and not any other brand. Why is that so? These are the things that we need to start thinking when we talk about HR bringing on board innovation. We need to train our people or develop our teams to be more to be able to come up with innovative solutions. That's what we'll be looking at. And my passion really is about creating engaging teams and engaging work environment. I mean, when we go into the panel session, there are topics that I believe we will be exploring more. But for me, if HR cannot do anything at all, HR should be able to create a workplace that people can work together in a peaceful peaceful and harmonious way. If we can do that, that alone is a big step for us. And for that, I've brought in a book as part of the gift that I'm going to give. Years ago, in 2012, I attended one HR conference like this, and there was an author called Patrick Lancioni, and his book is The 5 Dysfunctions of a Team. And I read that back then. Back then, I didn't think I was going to be managing even a business of this nature. But today, it's still my go-to book. I'm going to give first copy of that to who? I'll give it to this boss. Yes, but please don't read it. It's illegal to read the book. It's very, very illegal to read that book. If for nothing at all, if HR can build a functioning team, a functioning organization for us, most of the work is done. Because the people that we hire, remember, they are already professionals. They are already professionals. The only thing we need to help them to be super than who they are is to build a winning team. Go back and look at our Black Stars team or our national team. I wouldn't say the Black Stars team, I would say the national teams. Who can tell me the best national team we've ever had? In our generation, I'm not talking about the generations we didn't see. Which of the national team, either women, young, older, which one is the best for you? Under 17, which year?
2009.
2021. No.
2009.
Under 20. Under you. But for me, the best team is Starlet 91. You said Starlet 91. For me, for all the teams we've seen, I mean, for whoever has seen that team play, will tell you that this is the best team we've ever had. And that team had Osei Kufuor, had Gago, Emmanuel Dua, Sebastian Barnes, and all those things. Come again. You were in essence. Oh, are you sure? 1991? Oh, please. 1991 is just soon, not long ago. Now, the reason I'm going back to this is to just give you example about how dysfunctional teams can cause organizations and can cause nations. Regardless of how professional or how skillful you are, if you don't work as a team, you have a disaster. That Starlet 91 team was one of the best we could see. And when they won that World Cup, the whole world knew that this was the team to win. And those team players all became some of our future leaders. Osei Kufuor is still there and is very prominent. And then who can tell me the most disorganized or dysfunctional team we've ever had? Either women team, Black Stars or whatever. Who can give me that example? The most dysfunctional. Which year, which squad of the Black Stars? Brazil. Here we are with the best talent we've had because we've just come back from the previous World Cup. And everybody, we had gone to South Africa 2010 and we had made so much inroads. We got up to the quarter-final stage. And the next World Cup, everybody thought that we were going to win the World Cup. And we go and it was a very disaster. Why is that? Dysfunctional team. We had all the teams that had played at the 2010 World Cup in South Africa. They were all in that team. We had Andrea Yu in, we had Osei Kufuor in, we had Sule Muntari in, Boateng, all the top stars were in the team. But why? It was embarrassing team because everybody can say this is a dysfunctional team. If you know the marks of dysfunctional teams, you will see it clearly. This book talks about the 5 dysfunctions of a team. And the first one is about lack of trust. Lack of trust. The second one is about conflict. absence of conflict, productive conflict. Here, I'm talking about productive conflict, not conflict where we fight. We should be able to debate issues as professionals, everybody coming up with his own ideas, and we agree that yes, this is the best solution, we work with that. Not what I want. I may not be happy with the decision, but once it's debated, we have healthy conflict, we should be able to work with that. I'll leave the rest for you when you get the opportunity to read the book so that you read it. But it's a fantastic book. What I'm just saying to you is that for HR professionals, for as a leader, your biggest job is to get the team to work together. Build a very functional team that can work together. There are teams that everybody knows the move of the other. If I'm moving this way, I'm going to my team, my management team will know that this is the direction that the leader is going to go. Because you work so much and so you work so well to build a team that everybody understands each other. As opposed to having professionals, you have finance manager here, you have operations manager here, you have the vice president on top, and everybody is just championing his own cause. So for HR, if for nothing at all, if we talk about strategic HR, just have in mind that your most productive job or what you can do the most for your organization is to build a successful team, a functional team that can win results. Your individual professionals or your individuals within that organization alone will not make up the results for you. Now, I'm going to go into giving you some insights when I started talking about data and how we use data and how far we've come with that. Now, if you look on this screen, it shows you how we from Sandvik, we manage our people using HR insights. And this is a typical dashboard that I get every month from HR telling me the key focus areas that we need to look at. We have a number of key topics. I'm not going to go into that. But the most important one that I want you to take note of is the one at the bottom. Competence for the future. Competence for the future, which is aligned with the topic we're having now. We're talking about future readiness of our organization. If you are talking about future readiness of our organization and you are a leader within that organization, you need to be asking yourself every day, how ready is my organization and how ready is my people strategy to meet that? And we manage that and we measure this. And the first point, you see some of them showing red, some of them showing orange, amber, and some are showing green. I'm going to touch on the ones that are not looking that good, and I'll give you more insights why it's so. If you look at the first one, which has to do with competence development, updating competence development, we expect that everybody within the team has a competence development plan, and that plan is updated every month. So if for any reason that is not getting updated, that is flagged through our dashboards, that we can see who and who don't have personal development plans and why is that not updated. And it's for me to go in and ask the HR manager more questions. And it might be the fact that this may be new people who have joined the organization and they are possibly going through their onboarding session, and because of that we've not even scaled that up. So that is understandable. But if it happens that you have old people within the organization and they don't have even development plan to start with, and that is not being updated regularly based on what they are doing to learn, then it's an issue we need to discuss. The second one has to do with, I think the second one has to do with the potential growth. Professional growth, yes. The second one has to do with professional growth. Again, that is 7.8 against a benchmark of 8. And there also we are below by 2%, by 2 percentage points. Why is that? We need to be able to understand why that number is low. And then the most important one for me is the turnover rate of service technicians. The turnover rate of our service technicians is 5.8% as against 2%. Why is that an important measure for us? As I mentioned to you, at Sandvik, we are a service-oriented organization. We sell equipment, we sell technology, and we sell solutions to we provide solutions to our customers. So those skills we don't want to lose. And so we keep our eye on those skills. And so at every point in time, we know that we cannot keep everybody. But if it happens that most of the people are leaving, then it becomes an issue. So we would like to know what is going on with that. You'll find that we are hitting 5.8. And I can show you that I know why we are 5.8 and not 2. Because for the people that are leaving us, they are not leaving us to our competitors. So for me, that is a heartwarming one. Most of them are leaving to our customers, not even our customers in Ghana. They are leaving to other Sambik customers around the world. So some are working in Canada, some are working in other parts of Africa, some are working in Australia. What it means is that if we are going to compete on that level, we need to be able to be paying more the people's salaries as people being paid in Canada or in Australia, which is not something you can compete. So at a point, you need to just make sure that your strategy is aligned, that you have more people in the pipeline, that if somebody leaves, your succession plan throw in another person to take up the role. So that is why that is important for us to look at. Please, let's go to the next slide. Again, strategic people leadership. Why is it important? And I think I've mentioned why we need to be more strategic day in and day out as HR professionals. Let's go to the next slide. Now, aligning our HR strategy with the people's strategy. I've already talked about this function, and I'm saying that HR must integrate it with the business strategy. If you are an HR and it's HR just for HR's sake, then you have lost the battle. It's the business strategy first. So first of all, how do you understand the business strategy? If you are an HR manager at a hotel, what is the strategy of that hotel? Is that hotel competing against like-minded hotels, or is competing against Airbnb, or even competing against other people who have homes that are competing, are willing? So for example, if you take Kumasi, almost every month there is a big funeral in Kumasi, and all the hotels are full. And so people have other ways of getting accommodated. Are you competing against those ones? Again, if you are into a banking institution, so we have our major sponsors being at the rural bank. Rural bank may be competing against other rural banks, but there are some of the services that you can actually compete against the established first-class banks. So you need to be able to understand these dynamics as HR manager to be able to champion the people's strategy. So that is very key that you cannot miss. The second one is about your talent management. I've spoken about how we need to manage our talent and have talent ready to succeed others when they need be. And I'll show you the data from Sambik, how we've done that. And then leadership development and succession. That is where our second question came from, where I asked the question about if your team member or your management team member should drop off, how easy is it for you to be able to fill that role? And that talks to this point. And then again, diversity in leadership. I've spoken about that also. I'm saying that when we talk about diversity and inclusion, we are not only talking about women and men. Now we are even talking about neurodiversity. How do we bring on board different people who think differently to create the environment and to create the solutions that we can provide to our customers and our stakeholders? So that's what we talk about when we said we are talking about strategic HR. Now from Sambik, we have a number of HR transformation dashboards that we look to measure how strategic we are and where we are heading. And I'm going to touch just on the key one. For me, the biggest one has to do with retention skills. And that's why I started setting the question about how confident are we about our retention. Because for some organizations, if you are not careful and you lose just one individual from that company, that ends that company. Do we agree? There are some companies that somebody has so much power and skills that that individual is worshipped like God. Because we are afraid that if that person leaves today, that ends that company. From HR point of view, what can we do to make sure that our succession pipeline is solid enough to be able to bring up people? So for us, if you look at the dashboard, there is one of the ones that I wanted to talk about. Maybe you go to the next one for me to see. This is our succession readiness from Sambik. And all this data I'm showing you is Sandvik West Africa, not global. So just have that in mind. Now, if you look on top there, we have 9 positions that we have declared as critical. And for that role, we have 16 people ready to fill those roles. And averagely for each of these roles, we have 2 people ready. So today, me as the vice president, if I say I've left Sandvik today, I'm sure within the company in Ghana, in West Africa, there are 2 or not less than 2 people who can step in today and fill my role. And I'm happy to do that because why? Because it allows me to go on leave. For the last 3 weeks, I am here, I'm on leave today, but I don't need to worry about what is going on. Because I believe I have solid team there that are working. When my time is for leave, everybody knows that I'll go on leave and I'll go and enjoy and let them know that I'm enjoying. How confident are you that today you can take 30 days leave and leave the organization and everything will run? That's the kind of organization we are talking about. It's difficult to do that because it costs money to prepare people in readiness for this. But it's an imperative that we cannot do without. And if you are a leader and you are afraid that if you prepare people, they will take over your job, you just need to realize that you are working to death. Because you will not be able to take even holidays. Even when your family needs you, they cannot have you because you need to be there for everything to go on. But in my team, it doesn't work that way. Each of my managers within my team, senior managers, can go on leave and somebody will step in. And I have expatriates within my team who go on leave every 2 months. And for the 2 months they are away for 2 or 3 weeks, there is somebody there to step in without needing to call them. That's the kind of organization that I think we should all aspire. It may not be great, there might be people who may have 3 successors per role, but 2 per role is great. Do you agree? Yes. And I think that we should all aspire to have this, because if you are a leader and you can feel that you have enough people, enough brains to run the business without you or without any other person, then we are making a progress. We can go to the next slide. Now, building future-ready capabilities. Here I'm going to show you again data from our own organization, how we've done this. And then I'm going to tie that to how we have also grown our business by growing the people at the same time. For HR, if you are an HR person and you are here, please listen to me. This is the point that we get to the details of what do we need as HR for our skills. We've talked about how the future of work is going to look like. We've talked about how the demographics are going to look like. We've talked about how nice the future workplace is going to be like. So for you as an HR professional, there are certain skills that you cannot miss as we speak today. The first one being digital. Everything is moving digital. We are moving away from manual. Everything is going to be AI driven. When I talk about AI driven, I'm just showing you this screenshot here. You can't see it, but there is a reason why I've deliberately blanked it. So this is a typical dashboard that myself as the vice president, I can sit in the organization on my phone. I can use the AI to mine the data because we run monthly surveys. We run monthly employee pulse surveys, so we know what our employees are saying. I can use the AI to mine that data and it will tell me the top 5 things that my employees are talking about, which is positive. It will give me the top 5 issues that are of concern to my teams. If I was to log in now and show you the live data, you will see it. So I don't need the HR manager to come and tell me, oh, the people are saying that they need more pay, or the people are saying that their bus is not good. Because the people are speaking to me directly. And by the use of AI, I can mine that data 24 hours on my phone, on my desk, or wherever I am, without the need for HR. So if you are an HR professional, you should be able to use that kind of skills yourself to mine the data as well. So AI skills is going to be non-negotiable if you are an HR professional. Again, analytics. I've shown you all the dashboards there that we use in our company. If you run a company and you are an HR manager, then you cannot mine those data and you cannot present your CEO or your vice president with that kind of analytics, then you know that your job is gone. Because somebody else who can provide that kind of skills or who has that kind of skills is going to take up your job, take over your job. Again, we talk about agility and I spoke about dysfunctional team, I spoke about building, engaging teams. For me, that is the core that I need my HR manager to have. I need my HR manager to be able to help me to build a workplace that my team are happy to come to work. Everybody, when he wakes up, should feel that today I want to go to work. When you even give the guy the option to stay home and work from home, he wants to come to the workplace. Because you've made the place so habitable, you make the place so conducive that everybody feels welcome, everybody feels that regardless of his background, regardless of where he comes from, regardless of the role, he still has a place to come in. Those are the kind of skills that I need the HR manager to have to be able to assist me to run the business. Then we go to the main drivers of the business. Again, from HR, I talk about inclusion. So this image you have here is me speaking to my team in Kumasi here. For those of you who live in Kumasi, we have our facility on the Obuasi Road. And I have what I call Calabash Connect. We have our normal town hall meetings, which is Sales Area West Africa Connect, where we do presentations. Every quarter we meet the team and then share the results. Everybody within the team know how the business is doing. If we are not doing well, everybody knows. So that is a big engagement forum. But for me, the most interesting one is the latest one we introduced, we call Calabash Connect. What we do is to sit informally like this around, we chat, and then people tell you their stories. And that is where you get to hear the real story. Not what somebody else, a supervisor or a manager comes to tell you as a leader of the business. You hear it directly from the people. People from their heart will tell you their family stories that you ordinarily would never get to hear. People will tell you some of the things that they are doing outside of work that you never hear of. We have Stanley, the last one we did in Accra. I had Stanley, who has worked with me as he started as a driver. Now he's our fleet administrator. And he told me some years ago that he started a nursery school. This was about 6-7 years, but we never spoke about that. Then this Calabash Connect, everybody was telling us about what he is doing. Then Stanley stands up and says, okay, I started a nursery because my wife wanted to have kids around, and the neighborhood people started bringing the kids down, and we had a nursery school. Today it has migrated to primary school. Now we have JHS, and the school population is 600 in Accra. Can you imagine that? And this is somebody who is just started as a driver, he's just a fleet administrator, being able to build a community school which is housing 600 students, writing JHS for the last 3 years, and getting some of the top schools. This is the kind of work environment we're talking about. So when we talk about building the team with the skills, not just the skills to help you achieve the business result, what else can they take in their personal lives that can help them even to become better people in the society than they would ordinarily be? And what he said was that, look, boss, it's the skills that I've learned from the workplace, how we manage. At the end of the year, you give us Christmas hamper. When I also go, I also give the teachers Christmas hamper. You give us bus at the workplace, so I also give them buses. You give us this allowance, I give them. So when they come, they don't want to leave. The meetings that you've been having with us, I also sit down and have meetings with them, and I show them some of the things that they can do to improve. And you hear Stanley talk about this, you feel motivated that you're doing something greater than what ordinarily you could do as a leader. So when we talk about building engaging teams, this is what we are talking about. We should be able to work with people and build people who can stand up in front of the world population and speak about how proud they are working with you as a leader. We need to ask ourselves, how many of us believe that if our teams were here, can say something positive about our organization? Let's raise our hands. Yeah, I agree. All of you are working fantastic. So that's great. Let's give ourselves a big clap. So I'm saying that we should build inclusive organization. We should build a place where people can engage freely and share their opinions and share their aspirations and share their challenges as well. People come and share their personal challenges. So for HR, build an engaging organization, and then I believe we'll be happy with you. And then for our teams, let's start upskilling our teams, give them the least some of the skills that we need ourselves, automation, digitalization, AI skills, because most of the equipment that are coming, most of the work environment are going to be driven. This morning when we started this meeting, we've seen how our technology has failed us. But we're going to get a place where the technology is even going to be far better than it is today. How have we built the skills of our team to be able to work with technology? That is going to be very key. And I'm going to show you data about how we've done that within Sandvik. Now, talking about building capabilities, don't just say it. You need to make available the channels, make available the resources. So in my organization, every quarter, we display the top learners within our company. Everybody knows them. Because when we have our town hall meeting, we show the names. So for example, if you take last quarter, Q3, we have a workday platform. So the workday learning is our HRIS, which also has a learning capabilities built in there. And for the top learners in there, we have somebody who has done 79 courses January to date. 79 courses, one individual. The list on that platform has done 52 courses January to date. Then you come to LinkedIn Learning. We all know LinkedIn, right? We have a license that we give to our people for free. And on LinkedIn, our top learner from January to date has done Q3, has done 41 courses on LinkedIn. The list on LinkedIn within the top 5 bracket has done 20. There are a lot of them down there, but we always count the top 5. Then let's go to the next slide. We also have another platform called the Lunchbox. The top learner on Lunchbox has done 35 courses January to September. You come to Adobe Learning Manager. That is also another. When I saw this number, I said, this guy looks like he's a crazy guy. He's done 186 courses from January to September. The year has not ended. And he has certificates for 186 courses. And he goes to work and work also like any other person. Do you get what I'm trying to put across? He goes to work and work like any other person. And when I inquired, the interesting thing about this gentleman who has done 186 courses is that he used to work with us and he left and came back. And he saw how far he was from his teammates. So he's trying to play catch up. And by so doing, it looks like virtually he doesn't sleep even in the night. So if you are an HR professional, you need to ask yourself, what platform do we have for the team to be able to learn when they want to learn, how they want to learn? Sitting in the classroom to learn has some merits. But how many people can afford to have the time to go to classroom to learn? So we should make available various platforms that people can access learning and be able to learn. So when we talk about building the skills for the future, this is what we mean. We are practically doing it, not just outside of Ghana or outside of West Africa or Aboti somewhere. Here in West Africa, we're doing it, and this is the results. And I believe each or every one of you can do it, even if it's not to this scale. We should be able to build teams that are willing and are capable to work and look at the future, and we are sure that in 10 years to come, these people are learning things that are driving the future, and they will be ready to work with us and continue to work. Again, not just learning, we should also be able to create a career path for the people. The people should be able to know that if I work in this manner and I learn this and I do my best, this is the future for me that I can grow within the organization. Again, we have a career path here. Example, I told you how we support our customers with. You can go to the next slide. We support our customers with skills and technology. 2018, we sold a big technology to a mine in Mali. And back then, everybody was asking himself, how are you going to get this to work in Mali? And we said we can do it because we have the framework available. It's just about we putting in the effort and resources to train the people. And this is the framework that we use. We pick people and brought them in as trainees, and then try to develop them and try to coach and mentor them. By the end of 2020, when we finally hand over the operations to the mine, those people were willing to continue to work there. We used to have about 70 people on that mine supporting that mine's operation. Today we have just about 10 people, because we've managed to develop the skills of the mines themselves to be able to be self-sufficient and run their own operations without us. When we've done that through some of the models that I've shown you and some of the things we've done. Again, go to the next slide for me. Here we show you each of those roles, what skills, what training the person needs to do to be able to move to the next one. And when you do them, it doesn't mean that automatically we move you up or we promote you. What it means is that when we have internal vacancy, we have people ready to be able to move up and take up the role without having to invest and bringing in people from outside. Yes, there is merit in bringing people from outside, but if we can fill up about 80% of our roles in-house, we have short time to fill the role. We have people who already understand the company's dynamics, they understand the culture, they know the people, they know the solution. You have a lot more to gain than to wait and fill up the role and go out there and compete on the open market, and you may have to pay more to bring people from outside. And that's what we mean. Again, you go to the next. No, before then, let me tell you another story about my management team. Within my management team, it's mandatory that if you are my manager, every quarter you need to learn 2 topics from management. It's mandatory. Because we said that our teams are doing 100 courses, somebody is doing 180 courses. So how can you be a leader and you cannot show the example? So my management team every quarter have a topic that we all learn, including myself. And we choose it, and then at the end of the day, we look at the certificate and be sure that people are actually learning. Just to set the example for the whole organization, we manage 400 people. Of that 400 people, if we can get somebody who is learning 100 courses per quarter or per year, at least we know that we've done something great. So that is one topic I would like to also highlight. Now again, career progression. 2025, we brought in 2 people on national service. As at the end of 2022, those people have moved up to the level 4 level, which is the project manager level. These are people, so again, in my organization, about half of the people working, half of the 400 people are people who join us through national service or internship. The rest are people we hire from outside. And what that does for us is that there are people that understand our organization. They understand the business. They know what we're doing day and night. So it makes it more economic wise for us than to bring people from outside. 2017, we brought in 25 people, and this is the spread as at the end of 2022. Again, I've added this data to 2022 because of confidentiality. I don't want my competitors to pick all my people. Again, the highest number we picked was in 2018 and then 2022. 2018 we picked 22 people through national service internship. By the end of 2022, which is 4 years after, we have 2 people at the highest level of the organization. And this is the spread for you. Again, all the things that I'm saying are things that you can do it yourself. You can also do it within your organization. But it requires some commitment, it requires some change of mindset. Again, from the HR professionals in this room, that is where we make the difference. These are the things that we should be driving. And if we do all these things, we will see the results translating into the bottom line. Again, go to the next slide. Let me show you how we've grown our business over the period. I took up this role back in 2014. And at that time, again, I've just blanked out the numbers because I don't want to show the actual numbers. But just to give you a sense, these are the actual trends. What I've done here is just to take out the numbers. So you assume that 2014, maybe our sales revenue was, let's say, 50,000 cedis, for example. What it tells you is that if this is what it was, you can compare that to where we are as at the end of 2025 or where we are going to be 2025. We're showing you the trend. We've grown the business as we improve on the people management side of the business. These are driven by people. not just numbers. And you can see this line you see here is the head count, is the number of people within the organization. Again, I've taken out the numbers. But you can see the number of people has not grown that significantly. So why do you think that we are having so much growth in the revenue, but the number of people is staying the same? Who can give me that answer? Yes, boss. Improve skills. What else? Technology, exactly. Teamwork. If we have technology and the people are not educated to use the technology, what do you think is going to happen? And that's why we need to improve the skills. And if we improve the skills, we're saying that HR improving operational efficiency, this is where it comes from. If you are able to equip the people with the right skills, with the right environment, they'll be able to produce more and make the organization more profitable than you ordinarily do. So the investment you make in developing the skills, you think that we are paying licenses for Workday, we are paying licenses for LinkedIn, we are paying licenses, it costs money. But the return is showing here. This is the result of that investment. Please, can you see that? This is the returns to that investment we're making in developing the people. So when we talk about how can we use HR to develop our organizations or to improve the bottom line, that's what we mean. By building the right competency, empowering our people, creating the right work environment, building the right culture, making people work in a functional manner, not like our black stars, and that is what is going to lead to this. Now, to up everything off, I think I've said a lot of things, but the key things I would like you to remember, if you forget all the things that I've said, there are 5 key topics. Be the catalyst for growth. As a leader, if you are appointed to manage a business, you are managing a bank, you are managing a hotel, you are managing a learning organization like SEDAT, you are managing a mining company like Ashanti Gold Force, you are managing Newmont as the head of the organization. Your main role is to grow that business. You can do so much if you grow that business. If you don't grow that business, you know what is going to happen? You are going to be fired. And if you are fired, the next person who comes will have to make sure that that business works. And that kind of mindset needs to come from HR as well. HR should be the catalyst driving all the innovation and all the things that goes on. So without the HR understanding the strategy, how can you help the organization to grow? Because all the things that you need for the people will need to come from the results of the growth of the business, the money we are making. If we generate more money, we can do a lot more for everybody. But if we don't generate money as a business, then all the HR ideas will stay in your head because there will be no money to implement them. So it's a cycle. You just need to make sure that we are growing the business by championing the people's cause, making the people to understand why we are set up as a business and drive that kind of initiative. That's the point number 1. Again, be bold as HR practitioners. Come up with innovative ideas that will make change. Develop leadership. I'm showing you how we've done it. Make sure that your leadership team are also training the next level of leaders to be able to take over the role when they are not there. But if you allow the organization to be hanging in the shoulders of just 1 or 2 people, it means that the day that 1 or 2 people leave, that organization is collapsing. So make sure that we are coming up with and developing collaborative teams as well. And the third point is the positive work culture. The work culture. In our environment, it's so predominant that the work culture is naturally bad. Especially just walk to the government institutions. You see how bad the work culture is. That doesn't happen in my company because I'll fire you or something will happen to you. Look, 3 days ago, I was away somewhere. I'm told that my power is gone off. Even though we have credit, so much credit on it. My family goes to report to ECG. The official says somebody will come. 24 hours, nobody comes to the house. We've been running generator for 24 hours. Yesterday, I showed up there. I said, okay, let's go and see the person. So where is the person? Oh, sorry, I told the technician he didn't come. And what happened to him? Oh, nothing happened. So how? I told her, I'm one of the people who will be so much happy that the day I hear ECG is privatized. Because the people are so lax that nothing happens. The person can choose not to work, nothing will happen. If he has to provide you service, you have to beg. Or you have to do something extra to motivate the person to do. But is that the kind of organization we need to build? So if you are an HR manager in ECG, that if I had met him, I would say, just be ashamed of the kind of organization you're running. Because that is what we need HR to fix. HR should be the one, HR of ECG should be the one building the culture that everybody will be proud to mention the name of ECG. So if anything goes wrong, we shouldn't be calling the name of the CEO. Why do we then have the HR managers there? I believe we have HR director, we have principal director, we have every director of the HR in that organization. But everybody is just looking on why the organization is decaying. So that's what we mean by building a positive work culture. So if you are an HR person here, please, your job is to build a work culture that you yourself will be proud that when you stand out and the name of your company is mentioned, you can be walking like this. Not just hiding your head. So please, that's the third point. Measure what matters. I've shown you the power of data and how you can use data to make informed decisions. If you're an HR person, make sure that you are measuring all the key indicators that I've just shown you. That is what you will use to make the decisions. If you don't have those dashboards, then you're going to be managing the organization in a blindfolded manner. So measure what matters most. And the last point, very critical. Show commitment to learning. You yourself should be aspiring to be learning. And as I've told you, within my management team, it's a sin not to learn. So 2 topics, 2 subjects every quarter, we all learn. My team, I've shown you how my team are learning. Some of them are learning like they are crazy. Because that's the kind of thing I aspire. If you come to me, when we talk, we'll be talking about how are you improving yourself. As a leader, that's what I do to my team. And I expect all my leaders to be doing the same. So if you are an HR person and you are in this room, inspire your team to learn. Because that's the only thing that is going to transform your organization and set you apart from your competition. I know I have a competition, but I'm not afraid of my competition because my competition itself knows that we are doing something greater than what they are doing. And it's all driven by learning. And I've shown you the data, I've shown you the example, and I've shown you the cases. And I want to motivate you to do the same. Be proud of what you are doing. HR can contribute so significantly in making a difference in organization. It depends on how you do it. If you want to show the results, be able to come to me and show me that by doing this, this is what you've contributed to the organization. Then we can be talking about what else can we give to the people to incentivize them and keep them motivated. So I'll leave you here with these 5 key topics. If for nothing at all, please remember this. And I believe that these are the benchmarks that you need to set for yourself and your organization. Thank you very much for listening to me. Now my giveaways. Those online. How do I see those online? Mr. Technical Man. But can we hear them? Can we hear somebody online? I want to acknowledge people who could not make it physically but have made the effort to join online. Okay, I gave one to this line here. I'll look here to the back. I think I have 2 more. I should leave one on my table. Yeah, I think it's home match. So this one, home. Yes, MC, you deserve one. MCs you did, Linda in particular, you've done very well. You'll be hustling me. She's been hustling me day and night to come here. She needs this, she needs that. Thank you. And thank you all.
Wow. Wow. At this point, I feel like I have wings. I just want to fly. Because I feel so empowered, I feel so encouraged, I feel so inspired, and I know I'm not alone in this. I believe we all are. And so, I mean, that was a great one. Mr. Nuhu, we appreciate that. And I know we'll get more during the panel discussion. But the 5 takeaways, I mean, he said that if there is nothing at all you are taking away, those 5 takeaways, can we memorize them? I'm sure if you do, you will get a good go. So who can tell us the first one? Okay. Be a catalyst for growth. That's great. Bold and collaborative leadership. That's good. The third one. Positive work culture. And then measure what matters.
I think now we have to give to everyone. Sorry.
We should give to everyone. We have a gift. I mean, the flight has not even taken off. But for me, I feel like I'm already flying. And so there is more to come. And I believe this gift enough. In fact, it's more than the gifts that you get. The knowledge we are getting, the gems we are getting this morning, I believe is much worth more than any gift that we can receive this morning. And the fifth one is commit to learning.
The fifth one is commitment to learning.
Oh, we have people from
wow! All right,
promoting employee engagement, and driving performance excellence. He also provides strategic HR advisory support to senior executives and line managers, helping organizations align people's strategies with operational needs. Through his work, Meshach has contributed significantly to building high-performing teams and establishing HR systems that drive growth, accountability, and long-term business success within the mining and industrial sectors. Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, let us all welcome Meshach Ban.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, and good morning to all of us once again. I will also, as it were, rely on the already established protocols, as established already, and also continuing from where our lead speaker left off. I will be talking on the subject, as we've seen already, using HR metrics to drive strategic decisions. I believe in attending conferences. It's a good thing that we all should be striving to do. I mean, so long as we continue in our various professions, and particularly for us in HR, because the HR profession has consistently become dynamic. It keeps changing. Expectations keep changing, and therefore, the more we attend conferences of such nature, the more we gain insight. And I can liken my belief to, and let me, by the way, say that I believe that majority of us here are religious, majority of us here are Christians. And you know what happens in the Christendom? Where occasionally, or at some point in time in the year, our church will organize a revival program, a conference. What is the intent? It isn't because our head pastor has lost messages or have run out of messages, but it's all about keeping the members revived. And that is why the need and the importance of attending conferences that relate to the profession within which we are. And we believe that HR is a profession that we do practice. And by practicing, we need to constantly stay abreast. If you reflect on the topic, all of us here are aware of what it means or what we mean by HR metrics or HR analytics. It is nothing new to all of us at this level. We know about them already. But the point is, sometimes we trivialize it. We trivialize the importance of applying HR metrics and analytics in the performance of our work. We do trivialize it, and that is why I've already tried to encourage us that attending conferences like this is always good, because it all of a sudden gives us the realization that what we've been trivializing or what we know but we've not been practicing is important for us to go back to start practicing. And so we'll be looking at, first of all, understanding HR metrics and strategic alignment, which I believe we all know already in terms of what the metrics are. Aligning HR KPIs with business goals, turning HR metrics into strategic insight, and the role of HR analytics in organizational performance with some practical examples. Next slide. HR metrics, we say, are the key quantifiable measures used to track and evaluate the effectiveness and efficiency of human resource activities. It's all about people-related data that enables benchmarking to improve performance. There's this thing that I did observe in the past, and it's still prevailing, which gives me the passion to, as it were, apply HR metrics in the performance of our work. You go into management meetings, and particularly for those of us in the extractive industry or the mining industry, our colleague managers are mostly technical people. And you know what happens when we go into the meetings? They do not talk plenty. But you find HR talking plenty. And the moment you start talking plenty, it appears that almost all of your colleagues have done PhD in HR. Because they always want to contribute. They also want to add questions. And why do they not talk plenty? And I believe you can relate to what I'm saying, right? Why do they not talk plenty? Because they mostly submit their presentation in quantifiable measures, in metrics. The engineering manager will talk about, for instance, equipment availability percentage and the utilization ratio. The mining manager will talk about all tons that have been moved. The processing manager will talk about tons that have been milled. And they are talking in numbers. And we HR will talk in qualitative, trying to, as it were, describe the situation. And in our bid to give a vivid description of the situation, there we may go wrong. And then they also try to jump in. And it makes our life very difficult in the meetings. And that is why I want to encourage us that if we are able to submit the people-related data using metrics, it sort of kills most of the argument. Why? Because you are making your submission not because of how you feel or not because of your observation, but based on data that has been analyzed. Next slide. And so these are, just want to refresh our memory on some of the common metrics. Turnover rate, how many employees leave over a given period. This is a key aspect of any organization or a key metrics that any HR must be measuring. Because at the end of the day, we need people to do the work. At the end of the day, we need the skilled people. We've been training people, we've been developing people, but yet they leave. You may analyze your turnover rate company-wide, but it's equally important that you do drill it down to the departmental level. Because sometimes a group of employees or a number of employees may be resigning from a particular department, let's say engineering. And in terms of just the absolute numbers, they may be more than the people resigning in, let's say, the processing plant. Why? Because the number of employees within engineering are more than maybe 50% more than the other department. But if you calculate this in percentage terms, you may realize that the number of employees, even though the figure is greater than the number or the figure within processing, in percentage terms, there are more people resigning from the processing department than the engineering department. And then you begin to question the why. And this is where we stand to add value. When the metrics are pointing certain figures to us, that gives us the reason to start asking why. The metrics becomes your dashboard. And I always say to my people that HR metrics is like the dashboard of a vehicle. With our vehicle dashboards, when one aspect of the dashboard, say for instance your fuel gauge stops working and it's not working properly and you do not check it, or let's say the fuel gauge works, it works, or whether it's working or it's not working, let's say it's not working, how do you know that you are running out of fuel? You'll be driving your vehicle only for it to stop in the middle of the road, because you have no idea that you were running out of fuel. But when you are keeping in check your dashboard is active and is providing to you accurate information, then you realize that there is some interventions that you need to take, such as you need to pass by the nearest filling station to refuel. That is why we cannot take for granted the importance of us applying HR metrics in the day-to-day running or management of our profession. Time to hire, the average time it takes to fill a vacant role. The business expects us to fill vacancies, particularly the critical vacant roles, in time. Not just with the right person, but also in time. And analyzing our time to hire, we are able to determine which aspect of the recruitment and selection process that we can optimize to shorten the time it takes in filling vacancies. Without it, we would think that it is usual for us to be relying on, let's say, 3 months or 4 months to fill a vacant position. And just realize it, that the more longer it takes to fill a vacancy, the impact the negative impact it also has on productivity. Because without the role being filled, nothing happens. Employee engagement, a measure of morale, satisfaction, and motivation. Workforce morale, we can never take it for granted. And we can't just be going about as HR professionals without having a gauge, any lever to gauge the level of morale within our organization. It's easy for you to have some few people coming to you and talking to you that morale is high. That one is easy. But in reality, particularly if you have a large workforce, in reality, the scientific way to measure or to have confidence that morale of your workforce is high is when you have done a survey. When you've gone through a process to determine the level of morale or to measure the morale and the satisfaction and the motivation aspect of your workforce, critically important. We know that people, when they become disengaged, one, productivity declines. Two, they are finding ways and means to run away from your organization. And the most critical aspect is where they even contribute to losses. Because when an employee is disengaged, they may be engaging themselves in certain activities that are counterproductive and increasing your overall cost. And so we cannot take for granted the importance of ensuring that our employees are engaged. And we can only have that level of confidence when we've been analyzing the measure of some of these things that we've indicated there. Absenteeism rate, frequency of unplanned employee absences. When you realize that your absenteeism rate is going up, and unless you measure, there's no way you can analyze or you can determine that your rate is going up or is coming down. All of our desire is to see that absence rate is coming down, is declining, not going up. Because when you see that your absence rate is going up, it's an indication that perhaps there is an issue with supervisors or supervision, management, or leadership. Absence rate may be going up because it could be related to some health issues. We did an exercise at our area and we realized that there is a group of employees performing similar tasks that have been reporting to hospital. And you know, when people go frequently going to the hospital for genuine reason, it also affects your absence rate. And so when you analyze why absence rate is on the increase, you begin to drill down to know some of the causal effects. Then we realize that this group of people, by the nature of the work that they do, is having an impact on them. Waste pains, as an example. And therefore, we had to do something to mitigate the impact of the waste pain that they've been reporting. And this is feedback that we also get in from the medical team. So you see, sometimes we also have to go the next step of even engaging the medical doctors to understand whether the number of sick leaves are as a result of people trying to fake sicknesses, which we call malingering, or they are for real. And when they are for real, then we begin to ask ourselves, what interventions could we put in place to mitigate some of this impact on our employees? We can talk about cost per hire, total recruitment cost, which is divided by a number of hires, and then training ROI. Our lead presenter gave us a good message on the importance of measuring your training, the return on investment on your training activities, which was quite good. Because it's a way of assessing the impact of learning and development on employees' performance. People attend training programs. At the end of the day, there is expectation that performance will improve. We cannot just be investing in people's training and their development without being able to measure the impact of these activities or this expenditure on the overall bottom line. And that is why it is equally important that we do have a way of measuring training ROI. Next slide. So we come to the importance of strategically aligning our HR activities to that of the business strategy. First, as HR practitioners or as HR business partners, we need to understand where the business is heading towards. What is the strategy for this year? What is the strategy for the next year? We need to understand. And we can have this understanding when we do participate in strategic meetings. And thankfully, everywhere, in most organizations, leaders are beginning to recognize the importance of the role HR plays in organizations. And that is how come they easily welcome or invite HR to participate in annual strategy workshops. And when we do attend some of these workshops, our role first is to understand exactly what the business strategy is. And then you ask yourself, what is it that you can contribute to the achievement of the overall business strategy? And let me give you one example. Recently, our business we carrying out a project that we call Full Asset Potential. We are determining the full potential of our assets. And by our assets, I mean all of the resources that we have. And that by resources, we mean everything, including the mineral resource or mineral reserve, the equipment that we have, the people, the quality and the skill level of the people, everything, every aspect of our resources, the potential, at what maximum can we operate. The business is projected to increase productivity by a certain percentage. And there are various aspects of the operations that needs to be optimized. By attending this workshop, you begin to ask yourself, where is it that HR can make a significant contribution to support that strategy? So one of the areas we identified had to do with availability or unavailability of some of our operators. Critical operators, like jumbo operators and solo operators. And what did we do? We do not have the skill set to train and to develop jumbo operators. But we know that Sandvik, who are the manufacturers of this equipment, have the capability to train and develop them. So HR had to go into some sort of engagement and eventually partnering with Sandvik to train and develop jumbo operators. So that strategic intervention on the part of HR eventually will ensure that there is a satisfactory number of operators within the business to ensure that the business strategy is being achieved. Because without quality drilling, there's no way you can achieve anything. So it is important, colleagues, that at all times we are able to understand the conversation. We are able to understand the conversation, follow through on the conversation, align, ask questions, one-on-one conversations with the people. Aside the team session, let's have one-on-one conversation with some of the business leaders, the technical people, to understand exactly what is your intention. Where do you want to go? How can I support you? How about if we do this? Then you get back into your HR team to align your HR strategy by saying that, look, we've been doing this, we can no more do that again because this is where the business is heading towards. Next slide. So we say that when key HR metrics are strategically aligned with business goals, they help us, the leaders, to make data-driven decisions about talent and workforce planning. Talent and workforce planning. So I've already given the example of how we identify the need to, upscale and develop more operators to support the strategic decision or the strategic path of the business. And then it ensures that HR is not operating in isolation, but contributing to organizational success. There's no way, if the business is intending to increase production, or the business is intending to move to the other part of the mine or the other part of the operations, and we are also looking on the other hand, it doesn't match. There will be a mismatch, and eventually we will be kicked out. So for our relevance to prevail, it is very, very critical that we are able to align all of our activities in support of the business. We cannot work in isolation. Allow for better forecasting, risk management, and performance improvement. Enhance the credibility of HR as a strategic business partner. When we did the identification of the skills shortage in a certain aspect, particularly in the operators, we were able to be seen that HR is adding value to the overall business intent. Now, another example I can give to you is a situation where we found ourselves that, and I'm talking specific to operations because that is where we do operate most of the time. We have employees reporting to work late. They report to work late, and in our mining industry, time is of essence. Majority of them were reporting late, and it became a concern. Then we had to carry out an exercise to determine what are some of the causal effects. We realized that it's about where some of them live when they get to the site, and after they've gotten to the site, how they are able to get to the workplace in terms of the time span. So you run a study, you conduct a study into all of these processes to determine causal effect, coming out with recommendation. And then when we realized that there was need to increase the fleet of the busing system, it was able to address that concern. And eventually, productivity began to go up. Why? Because an underlying factor was determined. An underlying factor was identified in terms of how productivity, particularly within the workforce, within operations, were declining. And when we identified it and recommended to leadership bought into it with support, we were able to support the business to improve on productivity. That is one way HR can be seen within the business. Let's look at some best practices. First, we develop HR KPIs, and we make sure that our KPIs are measurable. We must have a measurable KPIs. We say that if you cannot measure, you cannot manage. So let's set for ourselves KPIs that are measurable, KPIs that we can quantify. And then for these KPIs to be truly valuable, they must be directly aligned with the organization's overall business objectives. We cannot set ourselves KPIs that does not align with the overall business intent. It will be a mismatch. You may be praising yourselves that you've done well, but in the overall scheme of things, you've not added value. Strategic alignment ensures that HR isn't just tracking activity like the number of trainings we've conducted, but is contributing to outcomes that matter, such as growth, regulatory compliance, efficiency, innovation, or customer satisfaction. When I talk about an aspect such as regulatory compliance, in our industry, we have a very strict and active regulator. And so, for instance, there is need for us on a periodic basis conduct an exercise on how many of our professions, for example, blacksmen, how many of our blacksmen are certified by the regulator? How many of our operators are certified by the regulator? Unless we are able to carry out this exercise, we will not, or we will stand the potential of the regulator at some point in time stopping an operation. When we realize that we're going to expand or we're going to get work in another area, operation moving towards another area, opening, let's say, a new mine, setting up a new underground environment, strategic alignment will tell you that what are the people skill set that we need, what are the category of human resources that we need in support of that business strategy. Then you begin to realize that probably there is potential for you to start certification exercise for some of your existing employees to upskill them to fill up those roles that will be created as a result of the expansion. Or even in your hiring, you will then be able to know that it is critical that the new hires that I'm bringing on board already have that certification. Next slide. Understanding the business strategy is key. I've already said it and I'll continue to emphasize on that. We need to identify HR role in achieving these goals. When we have understood the strategy, we need to ask ourselves, what is our role in achieving this business strategy? We need to set specific measurable HR KPIs. We must collaborate with business leaders. Collaborating with business leaders, I'm talking about within an operation, depending on where you sit. Business leaders could be your departmental heads. You need to collaborate with your departmental heads to understand their individual needs. And then where there are common themes that seem to be playing through, you can develop a strategy to address their needs. And then review and adjust regularly. It cannot be one aspect that will run throughout the year. There is importance for continuous monitoring and evaluation. You need to monitor progress, and where there's need to do some balances, you should be able to do that in a proactive manner. Next slide. So let's look at some examples of aligning HR KPI with business goals. These are just examples. So for instance, where we need to increase production by a certain percentage, an example of an HR KPI could be, let's look at reducing our turnover among critical staff. Every organization has, a class that are described as critical. Every organization have a class of roles, certain roles that the business in itself have tagged as critical. Without us having these roles filled, everything could come to a halt. And we need to be, as HR, we need to have a full understanding of who are the critical staff, or what is the critical aspect of this operation. And then once we've identified them, we need to put in interventions to ensure that their turnover is on the minimal side, one that we can accommodate. And when it becomes necessary, you should be able to have the boldness and the confidence to develop retention strategies for this class of employees. Sometimes we say that let's treat everybody fairly. But I tell you that it is true, but it's not true all the case. It's not true all the time. Particularly when you operate in a highly competitive skills market, then you realize that you cannot treat all of your employees the same. And sometimes you may see the need to develop certain retention packages for some of these your critical staff. Why? Because they are in high demand. Even in the football teams, they are all not remunerated the same. And they do not all have same packages because of the criticality and the scarcity of the skills, the different skills that each of them possess. So from data to decisions, this is how HR can move beyond simply collecting data to analyzing it effectively and using it to drive strategic business aligned decisions. The HR metrics will tell us what is happening within the business. And then when we have analyzed to gain insight, by analyzing, we are questioning what is happening and why is it happening and how can we control it, or what could happen if nothing is done about it. These are key questions we ask ourselves when we are analyzing the data. And unless we are able to sit back to analyze the data, to question it, to understand why it is happening, there's no way we can come up with interventions to address anything that needs to be addressed. For those aspects that are encouraging, we just must continue to, or we just must have the process to optimize it. At the end of the day, it is all about continuous improvement. We never become satisfied with the results that we are getting. We should always aim at continuously improving, even on the things, the rate that we are seeing that we think is positive. Because other than that, competition will lag us. We'll be lagging in the competition. That is exactly what I'm trying to say. First is about data collection. HR metrics and HR analytics is all about data collection. Let's not be comfortable with just sitting by our laptops each day. Let's find ways and means to collect data. Because the volume of work that comes to us will never reduce. Each day there will be a lot of emails. But let's find a way to collect data. And when we've had data, let's analyze the data. Let's gather the data, either through the HRIS, or let's gather the data either through administering service. However means that we think is practicable for us to obtain the data set that we want, let's have a process, let's spend time to analyze it. And by data, we mean data that has high level of integrity, data that we can trust. And this is also an area why the quality of data in our age race is also critical. Because we already know the concept of baggage in, baggage out. So by quality data, and we can do proper data analysis to ask the what has happened, the why it is happening, and what will happen if nothing is done, and therefore draw conclusion, or therefore make some solid recommendation to leadership team. And when that recommendation has been supported, HR will definitely be seen as adding value to the overall business strategy. And I think this brings us to the last slide. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. So these are much more practical example. Company recorded 82 count of equipment-related safety incident over the last quarter. When we did data analysis, then you realize that 75% of the incident involved newly hired operators who had not been declared competent. HR decision. HR recommends mandatory on-the-job training and certification. On-the-job training and certification. As a result, safety incident drop and productivity improves. Let me give you, this is a practical example, but let me tell the story to you. Then you can understand what I'm trying to say here. Recently, we had a safety incident, and when the investigation was conducted, it came up that the injured person was a trainee, graduate trainee, who had joined not long ago, but was tasked to perform an activity that was a bit hazardous without supervision, and in the process injured himself. Now, if you sit in an organization and you see that safety incident is increasing, there is need for us to do some analysis here to understand why. Remember, where you have high safety incidents, naturally it will impact on your bottom line, productivity. Because when the incident happens, you stop work for some time. It will have an impact on the mindset of the other team members. Their morale will begin to decline. And when they are coming to work, they worry what will happen to them. And so even though you may trivialize it to say it's a bit of an incident, it has serious implications for production. And so you may do the analysis, and when it's about because people have not been declared competent or it is about competency, and you come up with a suggestion, a proposal to have them declared competent to be trained, obviously you see that positive impact will be made here. Next one. So we say that HR metrics are measurable data points that track what we've done in the past. And then the analytics is the process of analyzing the why, and then you can be in a much better position to predict the future. Next slide. So in summary, key roles of HR analytics in performance improvement: improving talent decisions. It supports us in increasing employee engagement and productivity. I said it, that when we do analyze the employee engagement levels, obviously it will impact on productivity. Supporting strategic workforce planning, it helps to reduce cost and risk, reduce turnover and absenteeism, and measuring impact of HR initiatives. At the end of the day, we should be able to be bold and be able to declare the impact. First of all, we ourselves will be able to measure the impact that we've had on the business. And then, obviously, it becomes visible. Our impact will be visible to leadership. Next slide. In today's fast-paced and data-driven business environment, we at HR can no longer just sit as an administrative function. It is a strategic enabler of organizational success. The ability to track, analyze, and act on meaningful HR metrics is not just a best practice, it's a competitive imperative. Our ability to track, our ability to measure, to track and analyze our activity, all of the aspects of work that we are doing, unless we are able to do these things, these very things that we are encouraging ourselves to be doing, we will not be recognized at the highest level of the organization. Applying these skill sets in our day-to-day affairs or in our day-to-day performance of the work that we do is what will give us the competitive edge. Because we would have analyzed, we would have had data, we've analyzed, we have benchmarked with what's happening in that part of the world. We benchmark with that of our peers. We benchmark with our competitors. And we are seeing that best practice, we are not doing bad. Where we think that we are falling short as a result of benchmarking, it gives us the opportunity to improve. And where we think that we are even improving, it gives us opportunity as to how can we optimize and stay improved. Next slide. So, as HR leads, we need to invest. If you have not invested in systems or softwares, we need to. Let's have the appetite to train our people in systems, particularly in systems that support data analytics. Let's be able to train and develop our people, our team members to support us on these initiatives. Let HR lead strategically, boldly, and with impact. And I believe that if we are able to do this, applying HR metrics and analytics in the performance of our work, we'll be able to add value to the organization. Thank you. I'm sorry for that.
Wow.
Out. So, out, you breathe in, you release it back, and then you breathe out. So we are doing that in, you breathe in, and you breathe out. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. See that says smile. See that says smile. See that says smile. See that says turn back. Turn to your right. Oh, I got you. See that did not say turn to your right. Okay, so see that says turn to your right. See that says turn to your right again. See that says sit down. Stand up. I got you. See that did not say stand up. See that says stand up. See that says wave. See that says turn to your neighbor, your colleague. See that says shake hands. Let's network for a while. Consider seeing that. Right. See that says move a little bit. See that says walk a bit forward. See that says back to your seat. And thank you very much.
Aligning our strategy to the organization's success. With the introduction, we're going to start with our introduction, then what the employee engagement is, the key drivers of employee engagement, benefits of employee engagement, and steps to creating a culture of employee engagement. My topic is how can we create employee engagement together in today's fast-paced and competitive business landscape. Organizations strive to achieve a maximum success and efficiency, and one of the proven ways for them to achieve this is to create and maintain a culture of engagement within our organization. one proven way is to create and engage our employees. Employee engagement, that's the definition, is a level of commitment, motivation, and connection employees feel toward their organization, their work, and their goals. It goes beyond job satisfaction and is demonstrated through the enthusiasm for the work, a willingness to go the extra mile, and a desire to contribute to the company's success. We say that a high engagement is linked to better business outcomes such as the improved productivity, profitability, and employee retention. Employee engagement has long been a key differentiator for high-performing organizations. It's the fuel that powers resilience, innovation, and growth. The foundation for success in a world where the change is only constant. Employee engagement is about knowing who you are as an organization and then providing your employees with cultural clarity around the issues that matter most to them, such as flexibility, professional development, and employee recognition. Now, as HR professionals, one of our key work that we normally and we are prepared to do is recruitment. We are always recruiting. And then when we recruit the workers, we bring them, we pay them. What do we expect from them? After training, after even developing, they leave. Now when we come to office, always, we see that the HODs have issues, they have concerns. My workers are coming to work late, too much absenteeism, too much unacceptable behavior, attitude, and we are always ready to issue queries, even when we are not supposed to. But have we asked ourselves where these issues or concerns are coming from? The root cause of this absenteeism, the resignation, the high rate of all these unacceptable things that we are seeing in our organization. We are looking at the key drivers of employee engagement. So we will talk about the purpose of the organization, the positive culture, the growth opportunities, the empowering employees, and then recognizing our employees and rewarding them as well. How can these factors impact on employee engagement in general? So we will go through this point, and then I'm sure before we are done, we will all be in a position to engage or re-engage our staff. The strategy system, that is the sense of purpose, direction, identify, and then belonging. Now we are looking at the elements that keep the organization functioning. And this element, but I will talk about the strategy system. Now the strategy system has to do with the purpose of the organization, the mandate of the organization. Now, as HR, we should be able to understand, to be able to explain to our staff or our direct supporting staff about the strategy system. Now, what is it? We are talking about the goals and objectives. So before maybe the calendar year, or even when the year is starting, we know that our board of directors, our CEOs, our MDs, they are engaged in a lot of meetings, activities, that is the planning stage. Now, it is the work of the HR to be part. It is our responsibility to be part of these meetings where the strategic or the vision for the organization is going to be created or is going to be designed from that level. Now, we ask ourselves whether we are always part of that meeting. So the HR will be at the office, and before we realize, all the meetings have been held. We are not part, we are not considered. We have to be part of that board meeting where the strategic decisions are taken. So if we are part of it and we understand where the company is going, then we can also translate it down to people working with us. Now the policies and the procedures, rules, regulations, strategic plan, the technology, all this which we do to guide management decision, we should be able to design this at that level, and HR being part of the team or of the meetings which resonates with employees. Now what we are saying is that the company must come out with this purpose. The company must design this which resonates well with, which sits well with employees. Now if you HR, you understand the company purpose from this level, it means that the people working under you or the people that you are working with will also understand. Together you have the purpose, you have the vision. As we are learning here, we are saying that the HR must be a visionary HR. You must be a strategic thinker. So now that is the goals, the policies. Please take me to the next slide. Now we are also saying that we should ensure that every employee in the company understands the importance of this strategy system. How they work impact the business and then what is expected of them. So the mission, the vision. Now I think even if we ask HR person, what's your vision or your mission for your organization, I'm not sure we will all remember or even we have. So it's one task that we have to. We should ensure that our organizations have vision, mission, and all these goals and objectives that sit well with the entire people, so that everybody will be part. Everybody will be part driving it. Everybody will be part. Now the second one, we are saying that foster a positive work environment. Our lead speaker said it. Foster a positive work environment. We need to promote a culture where people are valued, people are respected. We are always pushing people, do that, do that, do that, but we don't care about them. Now employees are looking for managers, for supervisors who are much caring, and so we need to go beyond policies. We need to go beyond rules and regulations. If the environment is that positive, people will not be late. They will wake up from their beds and just rushing to be at the workplace because they find it as a welcoming and a place to live. We spend much of our time at the offices. So if the environment is not conducive, it is not that positive for people to stay, then always you will be seeing people going to hospital. Absenteeism will go high. And if the company is providing medical care for their workers, then remember that cost is going high. So you encourage a culture where mistakes are viewed as opportunities for learning and not reason for punishment. Acknowledging and welcoming diverse viewpoints become paramount because it helps build trust between staff. We should create that environment where staff, even the direct supporting staff, they trust the leaders or the management team. There's a sort of transparency in the system. This helps people to be engaged. Please, the next slide. Foster a positive work environment. Okay. Empower employees. Now, if we create this environment, we are saying that it is not enough. We should give employees the autonomy to make decisions and take ownership of their work, to unleash their full potentials. Now, when we are doing recruitment, now we don't even go by this traditional way of engaging workers. We say we use competency-based the behavioral interview system to get the best out of the candidate. We want to get the best for our companies. Now, when we bring this best, there are people who are experienced. There are people who have been trained, who have done it before. And you have predicted during the interview that this person, if I bring this person to my company, he will also make the change. But unfortunately, most of us bring these people and then we leave them without engaging them, without giving them the platform to share their views, their opinions, without giving them the opportunity to tell us what they also know. And when we ignore them, at the end of the day, they think of leaving. They think that they've made a big mistake for joining your organization or that particular organization. So we are saying that provide clear guidance, setting high yet achievable expectations or targets, and cultivating an environment of trust and accountability. Provide employees with the necessary resources for the execution of their tasks. Sometimes you are engaged, you are employed by a particular organization, you report, and you don't even have the tools to work. No laptop, no nothing. You have nothing to work. So you have to even bring yours from home. So when it happens, you feel like going back from where you came from. So we are saying that provide the necessary tools and equipment, the resources that your workers will need to be able to execute or perform their task. Implement a rewards and recognition program. We are saying that you need to recognize and reward your employees. So implement a reward and recognition program that recognize outstanding contributions, that is regularly acknowledging and appreciating employees' contribution. Now, do we do that? Your staff, when we started, I think our CEO did it, and she did very well. Let's clap for her. She just acknowledged the hard work of her team, and I'm sure they also felt very much excited because some of us, knowing them for the first time, we've also seen their contribution towards the consult or towards even this program. That is what is expected of us. We always have to appreciate the little that our people are doing. So we should also offer meaningful rewards and recognition. Meaningful rewards and recognition program. Provide opportunities for growth and development. Provide opportunities for growth and development. We are saying that workers at every stage, even if he's a fresh graduate, even if that person has just joined the company after her national service, he still wants to move on. He still wants to learn something. He still wants to be developed. So workers at every stage of their career want opportunities to develop and advance. And for this to happen, employees must have honest conversations with their managers about their career goals, so they can collaboratively identify growth opportunities, that is training, mentorship, and career development. Help employees to develop new skills and expertise, like what we are doing here. If even the HR, if you are not coming, you could also ensure that your organization pay for other people to come. This is part of development. For people to come and add to their skills, upgrade themselves, is very, very crucial as far as our role as HR professionals are concerned. Role of leadership in employee engagement. Now we are saying that fostering the positive environment, empowering employees, rewarding and recognizing their contributions, doing all this. If all this that we've mentioned will work, it depends with the leader. The leader. Now, talking about the leader, we are talking about the levels of the leader or the leadership. If you are organization having the levels of all the leadership, so let's say we have the board of directors, we have the CEOs, the MDs, to the last directing supporting staff. If all these levels are in place, it is not enough. But we are also looking at whether they have the required competencies, the authority, and the resources to operate. If they all have that, then it means that we are set to go. So we are saying that our leaders must set clear expectations, establish a positive culture, and cultivate an environment of trust and accountability. It is the work for us as leaders to set clear expectations. The workers, gone are the days where we do job description. Now we need to go beyond boundaries. It is no longer job description. It is what we expect the person to do. The job description alone is not enough. Sometimes you design the job description for a long time. It's the same one for the same role. So even two or five people will come and go, the same job description. We will just print and give it to the person. Do we measure what the person did, the additions, or the ones that we need to modify or improve? It's not just the papers. They are there. We just pull and then give it to the person. No. We are saying that we need to sit down with the person and set the expectation, what we need from the person. Then provide guidance, support, and resources to them. We need to guide them. Most of them, new employees who join us, the person might be experienced. But once our organization have our standard, the level that we've placed ourselves, it is important that whoever we engage, we train that person. We guide that person so that he moves on the same level with our existing workforce. So we also empower employees by delegating tasks and decision-making authority, allowing individuals to take ownership of their work. Our lead speaker said something. He said that people don't even want to go on leave because they are afraid that their supporting staff may take their positions. So, if you don't delegate your task, we have to do delegation. Do it. Let your direct supporting staff take some of your work that you think they can do, and even if they cannot, train them, help them, guide them, mentor them, so that they will be able to do it and do it well. It is very, very crucial. And then we are saying that we should provide regular feedback and recognize employees' achievements, thereby fostering a sense of motivation and commitment among employees, driving them towards exceptional performance. Providing feedback. It is very, very important. On our current roles, we need to always assess how our workers or how our direct supporting staff are doing, so that we can let them know, we can alert them, we can prompt them, do it this way, not this way. If we are able to do that, the workers, they feel so much engaged. They think that, yes, you show much concern about her or him, and his work is very important to you. But if you are always busy with your laptops, if you are always busy with your meetings, you are always busy with your minutes, trying to do what you want to do, then you left them out. At the end of the day, they will leave you because they don't feel that connection. They don't have that feeling that you need them around. So they have to go. The benefit of having engaged employees. Now we are saying that when employees are engaged, they become very, very productive and efficient. They work like magics because they always want to go extra miles and do what you don't even expect. Sometimes you will come and see something has been done. When did you do it? Oh, madam, I overstayed. I wanted to finish this. Wow, so you done this within that short time. You see, sometimes people want to do something because of their connection, because of the environment that you have created, because the person feels too much engaged. So why wouldn't I do it? I will do it even when I have not been assigned to do it. Higher employee retention and employee experience. We are saying that engaged employees, they don't have anywhere to go. They don't bother themselves to find another organizations. They are highly motivated. They have the morale. They have positive attitude towards their work. They want to stay. They want to remain loyal to you. And so they don't have anywhere to go. And when it happens, the cost of training or engaging new employees is down. You don't have to spend for training or hiring new employees. Even now, some organizations will have to pay huge sums of amount to consultants and agencies to recruit for them. But if the few that you have around, you are able to engage them, you value them, you respect them, you give them the opportunities to operate, and then you guide them, you mentor them, you develop them. Where are they going? They want to stay with you. So, now, together, let's see how practically we can create and maintain a culture of employee engagement. Now, we are saying that practically, the first step we have to go is to sell the system. Now, as the HR, now you've come here, for instance, maybe you've not heard about employee engagement. Even if you heard it, you didn't know the magic that it could do for your organization. And so when you go back to your office or to your organization, you want the permission to start this initiative. You want to start this. You want to implement this system in your organization. So I'm advising that when you go, you do a short presentation. Prepare a presentation to cover the key drivers, those factors that impact on the engagement. Do it with the purpose and everything for your management team or your MD, whoever at the senior level. Do it to them and to get their support. If they buy in the idea, then you move to the next level. You have to prepare a manual. Now your manual will have to contain the responsibilities of what the leaders or whatever the management team will have to do. That manual is like a handbook. That when every staff take the handbook, he will know what he or she is responsible to do. So after the handbook, or the handbook will also provide a step-by-step guide to supervisors and managers. Now, after that, we are saying training. Train. Let's train our staff. Let's tell them what they have to do to feel engaged. Our directing, supporting staff also have a role to play, not only the leaders. They also have to be committed to their work or their roles. They also have a task that they have to do. So train them on certain key people skills that they will also be up on their game. Then implement and monitor. After the training, when you realize that the training has gone well, everyone understands it, then we are going to implement it. We start it. And once we start, we have to monitor. We need to continuously put out some follow-up mechanisms. We need to ensure that the HODs engage their staff. They have to maybe call for regular meetings, find out from them their issues, their concerns. Let them have the free will to share their views. Let them also contribute to the departmental objective, whatever they are doing. So continuously we have to monitor. And then from engagement point, now when we bring people on board, the orientation aspect, we need to factor this engagement in. We need to let people know what we have established in our organization as far as engagement is concerned. Whether the person is a lower level employee or even a top management person, he has to be oriented on that system. Then finally, we are saying that we need to seek management support and commitment. Now, we want the managers, the team, the leaders will have to maybe send an email or information to all the staff emphasizing how engagement is important to the organization's success, how we are driving the engagement system so that the organization will be able to achieve its target or its support. Now, so we need top management commitment and support. We all know that anything that management or our senior most managers come in, it works like magic because employees will respect that information from that high level, that communication. We place a sort of importance to it. And so we want management to educate employees to come out and talk about it. How the company is committing themselves to ensure that employees are engaged for us to achieve the organization success. Now, in conclusion, we are saying that the future of work is about more than policies and practices. It is not about the rules and regulations. You are flouting the rules. You don't obey the policies. You are doing that, you are doing that. It is going beyond it. Don't sit in your office and enforce rules and regulations. We've passed that. HR is going strategically. Place yourself in that strategic level where you will push beyond the boundaries, where you will think forward, where you will do a lot of magics in the organization. So it's about our greatest asset, that is the people. On this note, I will say that re-engage your staff. They need you, they need your organization. Thank you.
Wow, 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 wow. Let's appreciate her. Let's appreciate her. Okay.
The person they talked about is not here. How are we doing? Please, let's be on our feet. You've been sitting for... Yes. I'll use 3 minutes of my time to give you an opportunity to meet someone you don't know. You take the person's taking the thing too personal. It's okay, come and sit down. Yes. We'll continue at lunch. They need to put it. Yeah. Okay, settle down. So that announcement is that I will determine when you go for lunch. Yes, because I'm the third speaker and the final speaker, I think, before you start your activities. So if I decide to speak 3 hours, you go to lunch after 3 hours. So you better listen and be very cooperative so that I can do 20 minutes and we ask questions and we go. Is it a deal? Okay, good, it's a deal. Right, so I've been tasked to talk about pipelines. And it's good because I have engineering background. So we are talking talent pipelines versus sustainable business. And that is all we're going to be talking about. How do we get people, bring them into an organization, take them through and develop them into higher positions in the organizations, and retain them, and beyond that, exit them in a way that makes them an ambassador onto the organization. So in all of these stages of the employee life cycle, you will find that organizations make a lot of mistakes. Where am I supposed to point to? Point to here. Okay. Aha. So there's a 6, 7, 8 seconds of delay. It should go back once. Oh. Aha. Good. So we're going to go through these very quickly. Now, we will go through the agenda, the new reality, which will help us to understand where we are now, what we are doing now, what our reality is as HR people and especially organizations. And then the fact that we'll have to shift. We have to shift not only our careers, we have to shift our minds from what we've been doing to what has to be done in the changing world. Then I'll give you a blueprint of 4 pillars And I can't stand at one place. So you have to sort yourselves out. Yeah. So I'll give you a blueprint, 4 pillars that you can easily remember to equip you to understand, okay, how to retain, develop talent, and get people to work with, and then make them successful in the organization. Then I'll also give you the Ghanaian context of the opportunities that we have, both as people and as organizations. And then I will call you to action. I will challenge you with activities you have to do. If you like me, you do it. It's a 3-month activity for which you can practice some of the things that I'm talking about. Now, if you don't do it, I will know. I am a twin. I know everything. I see everything. Okay, good. So let's go to the reality. You see, I'll talk about 3 realities right now. The first one is that we don't have enough people to work for the challenges that we have in the world today. So 80 million jobs could go unfilled by 2030 due to a lack of skilled talent. We don't have people. Look, in China, most of them are old. So now they are struggling on how to get youthful people to work for them. In the Scandinavian countries, they have, you see an advert and they'll say that immigrants, they are recruiting immigrants and so on and so forth. They've opened their borders to people to come and they just want people to come and work. There's a place in Europe, a small island. There are about 5,000 people or so on that island, and then they aged. So now they need more families to come and stay there, and then live and work, so that the place will thrive. Otherwise, the place will die. We don't have enough people in the world. But when you come to Ghana, it looks like we are too many. But even in Ghana, the kind of businesses that are coming, the kind of challenges that are coming, the kind of complicated systems that are coming up, we just don't have people to fill those jobs. So when people go around saying that there are no jobs, I laugh. When you look into the papers, for each day, you will not get less than 10 or 15 adverts every day. And I'm even, understating it. Okay, so there are jobs. There are jobs. And so there's a skills gap. If you shift a bit, we'll come to the shift agenda. If you shift a bit, you are in HR, generalist HR. Something is coming, AI, you quickly move there, you ground yourself there within 3-4 years, like my friend Mr. William. You are grounded in AI. Everybody is chasing anything that would go around AI. You will be called. You will never lose a job. You will not compete with the lowly people again, the generalists. There's analytics, there's this, there's that, there's employee relations. So there are jobs, except we all have to reposition ourselves. But to build a talent pool, okay, or a pipeline, a talent pipeline, you need to know what is needed and go and find it. And if you don't find it, you have to build it, you have to create it. And that's the whole difference between what we are doing now and what we have to be doing beyond now. Because in the future, you won't find what you need. So you have to create it for yourself. And how do you create it? That is why I'll be here. How do you create people in the market, in the job market, to suit your operational needs? Because you advertise, and as for here, when you advertise, you get 1,500 people. 99% of them don't qualify. Only 3 of them qualify. Of those 3, they are so way below the experience requirements you end up with 3, but you think that there are people. So if you can't find people, especially for the technical sectors of the country, like mining, engineering, construction, and those kind of places, manufacturing, if you can't find the people, you will have to build them. And that is why I'm here. I'll show you how. Then there's a great reshuffle where employees are prioritizing growth, purpose, and flexibility over just paycheck. So people are doing it. The data is showing that people are shifting. People are following their hearts now. They are not only following money. Yeah, but most of us, we follow money. I've also followed money before. At least for 15 years of my career, I worked and didn't care whether I got money. After 15 years, I looked back, I looked around, I saw my friends, the cars were driving. I said, no, this HR thing, we have to take it to the next level. Now I started working for money. So now I work for money, but if you are not there yet, you have to pay your dues. Okay. But the point is that people are really prioritizing their career over money. And when you grow to a point, when you grow your career to a point, then the money will just start following you. Like it's been following some of the people here. For me, I'm not sure. I still work for people. But I can name a few people here who, the best news that makes me so excited about the future is that there is limitless competition. Yesterday, there was an advert in the papers, no, there was a news item that said that Ghana had signed a memorandum of understanding with a country, Trinidad Tobago or Grenada. Okay, it was in one of those countries, yes. So Trinidad Tobago, Grenada, what, all of those island countries, they are the ones struggling, no. We signed, so our teachers will go. But I didn't like the news item. He said Ghana to export. The person who wrote it maybe drank beer that we are not exporting. We are just tapping into opportunities in the world. What I'm trying to say is that it's a global world right now, a global world of work. I work with a company that is stationed in South Africa. Okay, so my boss sits in South Africa. I look after the business here, and I work as if I'm in South Africa. Sometimes I work from there, sometimes I work from here. What stops you from working from anywhere in the world? If you have the skills that they need. You see, I don't know about Ghana, but they try to make us think that everything is about Ghana. Ghana is small. We are 33 million people. And about 80% of our educated people read business administration. So basically, the skills are missing. So we are there. We can't compete. But if you set yourself aside, or you work for an organization as an HR person, and you decide that I can train people, I can develop people, or I can find people wherever they are, and the company can support it, why would you always be looking within? So for us, we need to look out. Me, I've never made Ghana my standard. Ghana, the standard is here. So if you work, you get there, you think that you are a couple. Until you travel somewhere and you see somebody doing the same thing. In a much lesser role than you, then you see that, no, even you as director, you don't reach. Right? So let's open up. Do the skills thing, upskill, and then look outward. Look to Togo. Look, our neighbors, most of them need our services, but we are more professional. We're saying it at the back there. Okay? You can work in Sierra Leone, work in all of those places. Look beyond your immediate environment because it is a global top talent can now work from anywhere in the world, okay? The cost of reaction is that the average cost of a bad hire is up to 30% of their first year earnings. Is your organization reacting to vacancies or proactively building for the future? So there's a study. That was one study. There's another study that puts it at 120% of the person who left their basics, their salary. So the point is, if we lose people and we don't replace them, we get into trouble. So I have to do it. And then you. Okay. So I'll come to the blueprint, but can anybody shift it from there? Yeah. Shift it from there. Shift it back. One more. Aha, so this is where I was. So up to 120%. The thing is, the work is hard. If you don't do it, somebody will do it. So people will always believe me. I am talking to three sets of people here. People who are now coming into professionalism, people who are almost out of school, who are looking to what to do. I'm looking at HR professionals who are here, who have a career to take care of, their own career. And then I'm also talking to people who manage workforces for organizations. So you see that I'll be shifting between the three. So a true swallow. It is like preaching. Some of them are for you, some of them are not for you. Let's roll. So there are 4 pillars I want us to look at. But before then, we need to shift from the old way to the new way. For example, that talent management and developing people and recruitment and retaining them and exiting them is HR's responsibility. We've gone beyond that. If your CEO still thinks, or even you as an HR person still thinks that way, we have left. It is everyone's responsibility. It is the organization's responsibility. And once we are in the organization, we are all for one. And that is the new way. That is why these days, you are not getting very large organizations. You have very small organizations. They pay themselves well. They generate a lot of money. They do business and they take care of each other. HR is everybody's responsibility. Indeed, HRM is just a coordinating role. HRM coordinates, advises, like a consultant, lets people know if they are shifting from what they are supposed to do. That's why there are policies. Everybody knows their policy. In Ghana, HR is King Kong. His word is the final. Nobody else talks when HR talks. Please, that's the old way. The new way, HRM coordinates and engages and advises and helps line managers and even the C-suite, the top management, for them to be able to move people in a way that brings value to the organization. Talent management or talent hunting or recruitment is not a short-term fix to a problem. That the person left now, when you then we quickly go and bring somebody. It has to be reactive. It has to be a long-term strategy. To paraphrase this slide, it only means that HRM currently, especially when it comes to talent acquisition or talent management, is a strategic tool for the organization to meet the organizational goal and not to just wait for people to leave, there's a vacancy and we replace them. So it is not about the right fit anymore. So, you know, in the past, they will say that, recruitment is about getting the right person to fill the right position. No, now, the focus is to get the skills, the competencies that the organization needs to get to the next level. That's a visionary issue. So we are bringing you to come and solve our future problem, not the local problem. So when you come and you can only solve today's problem, you are out. Okay. So let's go to the next slide. Let's leave it. It means that what I'm saying is hitting the heart and the mind. But it's showing in people's eyes, like the eye is like this. So we have 4 pillars, right? We'll go through them very quickly. But basically, it's about having foresight. It's a visionary issue. When you want to employ, you want to recruit, you want to get talent, it's about the vision of the organization, where the organization wants to go, and the strategy it wants to use to get there. That is what is making you go bring the people. And often when you think like this, you will not find the people in the market. So you have to create them. You have to build. So we say build, buy, or what? Build, buy, or build, buy, or build, buy, or borrow. Build, buy, or this one, like the person who gets it, I'll give the person $100. Oh, I just came from US 2 days ago. Hey, I have dollars. No, build, buy, or build, buy, or lease. Lease. When you outsource employees, you borrow them. Right. So build, buy, or lease. So you either outsource or you build, meaning that you train from within, or you bring people and train them and employ them, or you go to the talent market and go and buy. That is your normal recruitment you do. So these days you are used to buying talent, which is not a very smart way of being strategic. Because when the person comes, the person has their own objectives. It's better for you to build. If it's an operation that is not too connected to the vision, then you can outsource, you can lease. Okay. So the first one is you need the foresight and strategy. You need to attract people and engage. So this one will tell you that you need to create a community. You create a community of people who are likely to work in your organization, and you keep in touch with them. We'll show you how to do that. So you attract people and engage. Then when you bring them in, you nurture and develop them. That one, capacity building, training, mentoring. The other one is what? Coaching. Yeah, they are twins. When you say mentoring, you add the coaching. Right. So you nurture and develop, and then you retain and transition. So when people are leaving your organization, now this is what you learned today. If people are leaving your organization, make it as though they are going there to learn better things to come and better your organization. When you leave them, you let them go like that, they become more valuable to you than treating them as if they are, of course, the ones who steal and are dishonest, that one, it is a different ballgame. But when people resign and they go, you need to keep your doors open for them to be able to come back. And that is the kind of transition we are talking about. So these are the 4 stages. We'll go through very quickly because I won't talk there too much. Good. That's the first one. So you can see the bullets. There are 4 bullets. Yeah. And we can all read, so I will not read from there. So you'll be doing the reading. All right. But this has been said by all the speakers. Do you realize that you need to align, HRM with the business goal? Look, if you can't talk business as an HRM today, please, you don't have a career, because tomorrow, nobody wants to listen to you. You need to be able to understand business. So, I talk so much business that my employers had no choice when my former boss retired for me to take over from him. because then I could do that job. You need to speak business. Everything HR does. So I went to Takrade, where Kumasi. I went to Takrade a few months ago, and I was talking to the owner of a radio station. He was bashing HR people, and I said, "What's up? Why? What did happen?" He said, "My HR girl, everything she brings, it be cost." You are familiar with it, right? If you are making a proposal, there's ROI, return on investment. Forget about that language. It's all about value. If what you are bringing will not make the business money, and you cannot prove that it will make the business money, don't go and share it. In today's business, serious business world, nobody will mind you. The issue is scam. So all the HR things that we say, employee engagement, employee satisfaction, say some of the HR things. Yeah, salary, motivation. Yeah, training and development. And then they'll say, talent acquisition, something. Look, all that, they bring money, it is not relevant. Okay, when we meet at conferences, you can come and say some of those things. But in the workplace, please, every initiative that you decide to propose to management should either make the workforce more efficient or that it should bring direct money to the business. You see how you survive the place. You will be a hero in the place, and your executives will like you. So basically, we are just aligning here. Next slide. So attract and engage. Build an authentic employer brand. So, you see, employer branding through employees, for example, it can be done through employees. When you give employees uniforms to wear, and they walk through town, and they feel like, I'll give you an example, the banks, but I'll give you a more specific example, Bank of Ghana. When they wear their yes, and they walk through town, like they have some swag, you want to work there. Yeah. So attracting and engaging basically is creating a brand that everybody wants to be associated with. That is one. The one I really like is to create talent communities. Talent communities are basically people who like your organization. They may be admirers, they may be clients, right? They may be just associates, they may be suppliers. But create that kind of pool and keep in touch with them. And when you do your marketing and your sales and your branding, keep them in mind as stakeholders and bombard them with your information, your new things that you are creating, your innovative products, all of those things. Keep that one. And now social media helps you to do that. When you do that, you know you have this community. They become a place where you can get your talent. But when you get them from them, they already have the connection to the organization. Okay. And then leverage, partnerships. So the universities, you can get students from there. But this is interesting. This one, the last one. It says that re-engage alumni. The alumni are your past employees. Re-engage them, target them and re-engage them. At each point, keep sending them information to see if they would want to come back and work for you. Because they are cheaper to employ than the fresh people who know nothing about your business. Okay, so when I come and stand here, I really like it because I'm blocking some people's view and they start dancing. Yeah. Okay, so this is innovative for me. I mean, for me, I've known this for a while, but when I prepared for this presentation, it hits me again. Because my organization, we do it. We're into construction. So we'd rather work for people who have worked with us before. They know the equipment, they know the systems. They come, they hit the ground running. Okay, so you can try this one and it's good. Third one, how am I doing with time? I just need like some 8 minutes more. Yeah. Nurture and develop. This one is talent development. Okay, so we can read a lot about talent development. But the whole issue is that we need to be intentional about it. You see, when you are with, you remember the information we shared from the reality that the employee is shifting and is thinking about growth and not money. This is where it is. So you need to be intentional about it and try to develop people. Let's go to the fourth one. Oh, go back one step. So you know about the 70-20-10 model, right? Of training and development. Yes. If you don't, please read on it tonight. It is a way of training people, but you use internal knowledge more than external knowledge, because external people cannot build your people more than you can build them. So 70% of the time, you are using internal people. On the job experience, you are using internal people, supervisors and so on. Then 20% is from others, and then the formal training that we do, like Mr. Woyomi and the rest come and do in the organization, that one is only 10%. So you see how it's all tilted. Fourth pillar, retain and transition. What I want to stress here is about the knowledge harvesting. Never let your employees take their knowledge away. You need to find a way of documenting everything that a person knows in the organization, because it's your intellectual property, except it's sitting in their head. So how do you do it? Reports is one of them. Meeting and minutes is one of them. SOPs, standard operating procedures. Keep updating them every quarter. Keep updating them. Let people know. Job descriptions, upgrade them, so that you have the knowledge that the people have in how they do their work and how the work is changing, because it's never the same. That is why we have magajias. No, people will say I'm a gender something, because I'll use magajia as an example. So let's use Big Joe. At least I'm a guy. So Big Joe sits in the office, and when he will not go on leave, but when he goes on leave, his department will nothing will move there. That is a problem. You don't want that kind of situation as an HR person. So you have to harvest Big Joe's brain in standard operating procedures, reports, minutes, his job description, all of those things. Update it to the point where you know exactly what he does. Each day he comes to work, day by day, all the activities. Once you have that, Big Joe can decide to die. And we will not have a problem. Yes. I know some people, sometimes they decide to die. Next slide. Everything I say, I have evidence. Yeah. So this is just an additional information where it's about the way you approach, or the way talent acquisition should be approached, how to engage people. So if you have your 4 concentric circles, like 4 big circles, not everybody will see that. 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's the one that's in the center. This one, everybody can see it. That one becomes your organization. And what happens inside? Build people from within. That's the first one. Inner core, internal talent. Build people from within. That's the building. You invest in them, you train them, you upskill them. Use succession planning, talent management. All of those tools are there. How you see now, it's conference, so I'm using it. In the workplace, talent management doesn't mean anything. When we are doing it, then you can call it something else. Okay. So build from within. Then, if you don't get, go to your immediate community and then expand it into the country. If you don't get, go regional and diaspora. If you don't get, go global. Find somebody in Iceland if they can do the job for you, bring them in to come and do the job. It is business. So by the time you have started from within, and then you move to the out, you see that you get the people that you want. But building also means that building from within also means that you can bring fresh people within and train them, like internship and national service, and then employ them. Now that is the strategy I use and I still use. When I went to work for WHO, that is the strategy they were using. It is perfect. People who work for us, about 99% of them came through internship. So they come in internship, we groom them, national service, we train them, then they become junior engineers, we grow them through the system. Our current first black contracts manager, it was only, I've been there 8 years, it was only whites who could be contracts managers, like the commercial managers. And we have the first black Ghanaian. He came in as an intern, the national service. So he was built from within. It's a great strategy, and it's cheaper. Okay, next slide. So what is the Ghanaian context? All we are trying to say is that the whole world is before our feet. And we have the internet now, we have social media. And thank God, now we have AI. So what is our excuse? To reach for the skies. Any talent you need in this world, you can get. If you can't get, you build. If you can't build, you what? You what? You lease. So there should be no way that you have wrong pegs, right pegs in wrong holes. You guys right. How did they say it? Okay. So basically, let us double down on nurturing talent with world-class development programs here in Ghana. So when you are building people, use world-class systems. And when you are doing self-learning, learn things that are beyond Ghana. Beyond Kumasi. No, sorry, beyond Ghana. Right. So that is the unique advantage we have. We are very young demographic society, country. About 70% of us are youth. Okay, and a little more children growing. Very few are old. I think we are killing our parents' head. It's not good. So a lot of us can work. So we have a good workforce we can tap from. Assuming every organization was building people from within, we'll have so much talent. Point is that organizations are not investing in building talent, in developing their people. But that is the way to go for the future. If you don't do it today, tomorrow will catch up with you. And all your employees will leave to go to where they will build them. Next slide. So, your 90-day things are coming. But let me leave this internship program strategy with you. Identify people. You see, identify organizations that train people whose services you need, whose competencies you need. Identify those organizations. Go into partnership with them. For each year, bring some of those people into your organization to do internship. And then keep following them out in terms of, I call it refreshing them, right? So when you bring a cohort and they are 10, maybe 3 will not survive because their attitude is not good, this is not good. So they fall out. And the ones that pass through up to the end of their career, their studies, then they come back as national service. And you use that to still sieve them. So by the time you finish national service, you know them enough to know the ones that are good and the ones that you can let go. Then you employ the ones that are good straight up. And basically that is what this is. So when you bring them in, always remember to attach them to a mentor. One senior person that can take them as their own. And it's deliberate and intentional that that person will bring them up from the student level to the professional level and take them through. So even when they are in school, sometimes we go and visit them, they create that relationship and they own them. Okay. The result is a direct, pre-vetted channel into your talent pipeline. And that doesn't fail. Okay, it's done, and I've proven here that we do it. So it's not like I went to read and I came to say. Next slide. So use the strategies that I have said and try maybe 1 or 2 interns and grow them. And as an HR person, when you are growing them, don't think that because you are in a particular organization, it's only that organization that applies. Assuming you start the process and you move, you can still move them in case the skills still match and you still need them in the new organization you go. Try it for yourself and see the result. Okay, next slide. So this is the pipe we have been talking about. What is giving a presentation about pipelines without showing a pipeline? So the last slide had to show a pipeline. So people will enter, and this whole pipeline represents the employee life cycle. So people will enter and people will leave. And did I say live or leave? Leave. So they will exit. Why didn't I use exit and when to use leave? So they will exit. When they are exiting, make sure you have added value to them. But don't think you have lost them, because that's a lot of the way we think normally. But think that they are going to further develop themselves and possibly come back. And they may come back as a general manager or a CEO or whatever. The organization can still utilize them when they exit. Unless you exit by dying or retirement. Yeah. So those are realities. I like the word dying by. I hear Kumasi people, we like funerals, so if you die, shouldn't be a problem. Or anyways, so they will enter and then they will leave. That represents the employee life cycle. What you do as an HR person is you are balancing the workforce towards the organization's future needs. And I illustrate it by saying that if you get it wrong, the pressure will build inside the pipe. Pressure will build inside the pipe. So when pressure builds inside the pipe, then the whole process, the flow process will suffer. So people should be able to enter, add value, and then exit in ways that they can come back. And that is the whole story I've been trying to say. So on this note, I am done. Thank you very much. Move to the next slide so that they can...
Then it got my attention. As an animal as tiny as the ant, how can they be so resilient? And in fact, when you ask me about my favorite animal, I tell people that the ant, so unassuming, is very powerful. And I see myself as, I may not be so assuming, but I see myself as somebody who is going somewhere. And nothing stops me. I mean, I face challenges. And indeed, by growing up, everything, my life as it is a testimony. And so if I look at how far I have come and what I'm doing, I know that there's some using sense advisedly in what the Bible tells us to do, to learn from the ant. So this is my inspiration, because I know that I have learned that and it's working for me. Why not allow somebody else to also get that? Perhaps you have read it so many times. It's not hit you like it hit me the last time. If you have an opportunity to read this book, you get to know a lot of things that perhaps you are doing already. You can trace it to the ants and how they do their things. Or you are not doing yet. You can pick and grow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. So talking about learning, I learned something that I have not known before, that the ant has 2 stomachs. One to feed itself and the other one to feed others. The title of the book is drawn from one of the most practical and timeless calls for wisdom from Proverbs 6:6. It says, "Go to the ants, you sluggards, consider its ways and be wise." It's a gentle reminder that life rewards diligence, foresight, teamwork, values that are not only moral but deeply professional, something that is missing in our professional world these days. Patricia, in her 15 lessons of the book, ranging from self-motivation, diligence, commitment to work, excellence, hard work, effective talent management, work-life balance, adaptability, planning and organization, conscientiousness, prudence, and financial literacy, challenges us to learn from the ants, to plan ahead, to work collectively, to stay focused, and to move with purpose, no matter how small the step or how quiet the path. Go to the Ant is not merely a book, it's a reflection, a call to conscientiousness, and a framework for productivity and leadership. Each chapter in the book invites us to pause and re-examine how we live, how we lead, and how we walk. It speaks out about discipline, teamwork, and understanding that progress comes when every hand, no matter how small, contributes to the whole work. Purpose and stewardship, recognizing that every role matters, from the cleaner to the CEO, from the HR to the engineer. No matter how insignificant the picture may be. And quiet strength and perseverance, working without fanfare, yet achieving results that endure, something that relates directly to the theme of this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, in a time where society is often tempted to look out for shortcuts, instant success, and comfort without effort, Go to the Ant is a timely wake-up call. It reminds us, and especially our young professionals, that success is not built on speed, but on steady, consistent effort. For leaders and professionals, it's a mirror showing us the power of foresight, humility, and service. I'll say strategic humility. For organizations, it's a guide showing that sustainable growth is a result of small, consistent actions done well over time. I invite everyone here, HR professionals, entrepreneurs, sponsors, and partners of SEDAT HR conference, to take this opportunity and join me to launch this all-transformative book, Go to the Ant. Can I have your partners join me? Madam, the Rural Bank. And the speakers, please. Our distinguished speakers. Please help me bring them with a round of applause. So, with all these distinguished personalities, I would like you, Madam Patricia, come and let's celebrate you. Yes, that's fine. So, in the name of the Father, in the name of the Son, and in the name of the Holy Spirit, we declare, please just help me Can we have more copies? Please. We declare Go to the Ant duly launched. Oh, we can do it better for her. Some people have spent all their lives dreaming about writing a book. It takes a lot of commitment, diligence for you to do this. And today I join everybody here to celebrate your commitment of sharing knowledge, sharing your life, sharing valuable lessons that not only young professionals can learn from, but for those of us who are also can refer to. Thank you and God bless you. So we have our distinguished, everybody has one copy here. We want to use this opportunity to auction our first sales. So, Madam, I know you have not given me, have a seat, it's you we are celebrating. You haven't given me an opportunity to ask, how much do we sell it for? But this is a lot of work. You can just have a peep at it. We have copies that have been neatly wrapped. What a way to climax the conference. We would like to ask, in no particular order, any institution wants to say we want to pick a copy for, we can do from 2,000 to 5,000. We want to support you, we want to celebrate you. Please, you can come forward and pick a copy. Bring me some copies. $2,000 CD. Please help me celebrate him. Thank you very much. You want to help me call for the next 2,000 CD? You want to help me call for the next 2,000? We still have some more copies to go. You want to commit to 2,000 CD for a copy of Go to the Ant? 2,000? Anybody? Okay, please help me celebrate for you. Thank you. Please, you can have your seats. 2,000 CD. Thank you very much. I'm just going to call 50 CD. Okay, please go around. And that's the mobile money for those who want to pay by Momo. Please, can you help me celebrate them with a round of applause? Fantastic.
Panel members, it's good to see you. Okay, so we'll just go straight to the point. I mean, our world of work today has changed drastically, and we've heard that during the presentations. HR is no longer HR as we know it to be. There's so much disruption in technology, automation, hybrid work, and even employee expectations have changed. And the need for HR leaders to, lead change and not just wait to support whatever has been there. So I want to ask, and not directed to anyone specifically, because we want to get variety of exactly, we want to get different perspective on the topic. So we believe that each could give an input on whatever we seek to achieve. So I want to find out, when we talk of future ready HR, we've been saying it's the future of even the work. Future of work is AI driven, but I want to narrow it down to HR as a practice. So the future of HR, when we talk of future HR, what in practical terms, what is it? Is it that we implement AI and so we are in the future, or in practical terms, when we talk about HR being ready for the workforce in the future, what does it really mean and what does it really entail? So anyone can go first.
Hello. So for me, when we say future ready HR, it's about HR being conscious about the changes that are ahead and being in a position to be able to identify and deal with those changes, because now the only thing that is constant is change. And so for HR, we need to know that indeed the world of work is changing, and so you position yourself to be able to confront and address the future or the challenges, the expectations, and of course the good things that the future has to bring to us.
Thank you. The only thing that is constant is change. Let me also add that the business environment that we find ourselves in, they say, we refer to as the VUCA. VUCA, it is volatile, it is uncertain, it is complex, it's very agile. So when we want to talk about future ready HR, then we want to ensure that we are proactive. We are scanning our environment to respond to the changes that is ever happening, so that you don't get to be taken by events. We grew up grinding vegetables in Apotoriwa. Okay? I remember growing up, then there was grinding stone. My mother would tell me, if you don't learn how to use the grinding stone, you grow up to be irresponsible. But I grew up at a point where even, what do you call it? Blender, you have very complex blenders. Today, AI has come. But trust me, if you agree or you appreciate the fact that change is the only constant, AI will also come and pass. But don't wait to be overtaken by events. Learn AI. Don't stop scanning your environment for evolving trends that are coming up. Look out for those ones and prepare yourself, so as and when the change comes, you'll be abreast with what is happening. Other than that, you'll be reactive. The change will come, displace you before you try and find a way to catch up with it. So, in effect, that's my understanding, my view about future ready HR.
Great. So just to add on before I get your pick your mind on it, what, in addition to the previous question, what visible signs should we see to know that an organization's HR is actually ready for the change? So if you could add that, what visible signs can we see that this organization is actually ready for what's coming?
Okay, so practically, let's come to our organization. We have, I want to talk about the data-driven HR, data-driven. That is where we can use data to predict or to do what we have to do. Now, we have exit interviews when people are leaving. So with the interviews, we gather information about the resignations or the rate at which people are leaving the organization. And so the HR could use this data to see the rate or the level at which people are leaving. Now, when you get this data, probably example, maybe operators or our technicians are leaving. What do we do? Now, we could look at the issues or the concerns or things that could be prompting this. And so we look at maybe our salary structures, realigning our salaries, or looking at other things that we could do to improve on work environment or whatever that people will feel at home and not be living again. So we are looking at HR being data driven, being conscious, and then using data to take action, being a forward thinker. So you don't want things to take you by surprise, but you are always ahead, and then you are proactive, not reactive. The little that I can say.
Okay, so I also want to add that when we talk about future ready HR, then like my panelists have said, we should be anticipating the trends that are emerging. Often it's said that you cannot predict the future, but the point is that what happens now points towards what is happening in the future. You may be aware, but if you don't have a habit of anticipating those things that would come and preparing now, then what will happen is that those things you anticipate would happen, but you're not ready for them. So a future ready HR means, in terms of even HR managers, is anticipating those and putting resources of the organization towards preparing staff so that they will not be irrelevant. So AI is coming, and we keep on saying that. But how many of our organizations are indeed willing to spend money? And it may cost even money. Some of our managers, and I think those especially old school, think that training is a cost. It means that must change. You must see that as an investment. If you even anticipate that, and you can send 1 or 2 staff within Ghana or to Europe to train them, to even begin to have a policy towards that, then you are creating a system where, like my dear brother said, agility. You've already started training, giving resources towards training them, so that 5 years when AI takes full effect, you already have an AI strategy, and you have some of your people in your organization, IT, trained in terms of using AI for the work you're doing. And not only that, they also trained even all your staff to do that. Then we're talking about being future ready. So one of the things specifically that is required is a learning organization. And within our context, you realize Ghanaians, yes, we like the titles, but I think when it comes to the depth of education, we rather want to have the titles rather than the knowledge. You see that? And that is something we need to reflect and change. We must be constantly learning. At least I know, and I'm sure all of us are ready now, even when it comes to employment now. Companies that are forward-looking are looking at staff or potential employees that are learning all the time. So you may have all the publication. They may ask you, when was the last time you read a book? When was the last time you did a certification? And if you have not done that, then they know that you are not somebody that can survive in the organization. Because agility meaning that you should be willing to unlearn. Some of us finish our first degrees, that's about 24 years ago. Some finish 25 years ago. They have not even purchased a new book, not read any book, but are just doing the same things you are actually doing. So that is what we mean future ready, being anticipating what is coming, and not just anticipating them, but taking the steps now to prepare for that. And when it even gets there, new things come as well. You begin to already anticipate and get ready for that. Thank you.
Great, fantastic. So what I'm gathering is that AI or the future of HR has not come to take our work, but has come to augment it. So there is a need that we stay ready so that we can catch up with what's ahead. And which leads me to my next question. So we talk about future readiness. What practical skills or leadership ability do you think HR leaders need to have to be able to, stand in when the time comes? So we talk of skills. What skills do we really need as HR professionals, and what leadership abilities do we require in order to, live the future, as we have said? Yeah.
Okay, let me touch on this briefly. Skills to be future ready. Leadership in itself is a skill. You need to be innovative. You need to be creative. You need to be resilient. You need to be a problem solver. I'll try and put this into context. You know, I belong to the old school, even though I try to keep up with the Gen Z. My geography teacher told me that mountains are not just mountains. Mountains grow. They do everything that human beings do. They marry, they walk, they do everything that human beings do. And HR, an important raw material for HR management is data. Equally, data is not just data. The figures that you see or that constitute your data, they also grow and they do everything that human beings do. Do you have the ability to be able to understand the behavior of your data? That's one. Is your data growing? Is it working? Is it shrinking? Is it dying? Whichever way it is going, what insights are you picking from the data? A practical example. I indicated earlier on when I was speaking that I'm a Rural Bank, we do a lot of data analytics. We analyze the data of our staff and we realize that in the next 5 to 10 years, about 18 of us are going to be on retirement. There's an HR policy regarding end of service benefit. And when you put the figures together for these 10 or 18 staff that are going to retire in the next 10 years, comparing that with the fund that we would pay these benefits from, there's no way we'll be able to sustain that policy. So I went to the board, put up a presentation, put up an argument that, hey, if we don't do A, B, C, D, in the next 10 years, when these number of people have retired, we will not be able to pay their end of benefit, end of service benefits to them. So that's the point I'm driving at. And those are some of the skills that we need to have as HR professionals. Thank you.
Great. So for the sake of time, I just want to ask this one last one. I think his response, speaks, or it picks your mind too. And then also, so I want to find out, do you think our HR programs today, it's really preparing us for the future? The things we are, HR professional courses, short courses and all of that, do you think it's enough? They are providing us with what we need to back whatever we are saying. So someone else can add on.
Well, I think if you look at the spectrum of the HR programs, so you have conferences, you have certifications, you have master classes and all of that. And these are great opportunities for us to be aware of the things that are happening within our environment. A very typical example I had, for the first time, I'd been a member of the SHRM since I graduated in 2006. But for the first time this year, I attended the SHRM conference. And when I saw the number of participants, it gave me that assurance that indeed HR is doing something good. Because you see people so eager to know and participate in activities. There was one session on engagement, and the size of the room was about this, but the room was not enough to contain the number of people who had registered to attend. And it would interest you to know that the number of people who were cut out of the room were about the number that were in the room. And so we had to join online while sitting at the event center. And you attend the various sessions, you see people walking briskly, almost at the point of running, just so they can catch up. And as a first timer, and looking at the stream of people, the number of people that came for the event, it gave me that assurance that there is a positive future for HR, because people were eager to learn, people were eager to understand what was happening, and people everybody wanted to do something, and that alone gave me that assurance that there's a positive future for HR. Yeah.
All right. So, like my colleague here said, even when we started this HR program in Kumasi, we had few people, but now the numbers are booming. Everybody wants to do HR profession program, and the people here, most of them have done the chartered. They've even chartered HR practitioners. They are here. And so I see that people are learning the HR. Now they want to move from the administrative HR to strategic HR. They want to lead the transformation. They want to stop a situation where HR manages a department, becoming department champion. But this time we are moving towards driving the business goals and objectives. So indeed, the programs like what we are doing today is preparing us for our future. And so good, the HR has a future. Thank you.
Great. Indeed, the HR has a future, and that brings us to the end of this panel discussion. I know
I just wanted to make a point, and I'll make it. Apart from the skills, there are attitudes we need, open-mindedness. There's a lot of data we are getting, which we are not using. So we are just going through the routines. If we are narrow-minded, like a lot of us Ghanaians behave, you will be blind when a lot of things are actually happening. So we need an attitude of open-mindedness, an attitude of anticipating, letting the data that we gather not lie down, taking it and study it like a man and a lot of other people are doing. You need to study it, and when you gain the insight, work on the inside. You may not see your way clearly, but when you do that, and one thing, we also need emotional intelligence, because it is so disruptive that it can confuse you. And therefore you must be willing, like a US Army soldier, willing to face any situation. So wherever the data goes, you anticipate and you deal with that. And I'll end by saying this. When this AI came in, there was a young Thai entrepreneur who started with this graphic processing unit and stuff, started working on, even dropped out of the university and started processing the data that is needed for this AI. And now his company, he's now a billionaire, his company is, and when he was doing that, people were wondering. There was one CEO as well who actually gave his staff an opportunity within 6 months or a year to learn AI. Those that are not willing, he cut all of them out, brought young people that were willing to work with AI, and it's one of the leading companies. So you must be willing to be disruptive. Don't just go through the routines. Be open-minded. Don't look at what is happening with old school. If we are open-minded and we allow psychological safety, our staff, what they tell us, don't think you know it all. Absorbing information and working with it, I'm sure we will not be left out.
Great. Final words. You wanted?
So what I have to add is that HR is not for the pessimist. HR is not for laggards. Okay? When internet was introduced, the Christian community thought that it was evil. When Facebook was introduced, likewise. Now, when COVID came, that is where they were all caught unawares. Now, the people who thought that internet and Facebook were evil, they are the same person that are asking us to join their live feeds. How many of us HR officers here or practitioners here are on TikTok, are on all the social media handles? You think that it is for the Gen Zs, you think that it is for those unwanted stuff, but you need to be interested in it. You need to know what they are doing over there, because your staff, the Gen Zs, they are on TikTok learning all those things, and they will come to the office and will want to go and do botox enhancement. right? The craze alone would drive them to want to touch some money that are not supposed to be touched. So we need to be interested in the kind of things that are happening around us so that we are not taken by surprises. Thank you.
Great indeed, so that we are not taken by surprises. I mean, thank you so much, panelists, for your rich insights. Our short but very deep conversation this evening has shown that HR goes beyond people management. So as HR professionals, it's no longer about people management, but one who aligns people's management or people's strategy to influence business growth. So now we are the drivers. We heard earlier on that HR is like the dashboard of a car. Imagine a car without a dashboard. You don't know what is going on with the car. Fuel is low, tire pressure is down, and you don't see it. But our discussion today and all the presentation that we've had today has shown that HR has gone beyond administrative or even people management, but have moved to a place where we partner with the business. And once we are invited to the table, I believe we have been empowered enough to speak to HR facts, and just like our friends in the finance and in accounting do. They just scare us with numbers, but thank God for the light that has shone on us today. And I believe that we'll all leave here to go and make one question. Okay, so yeah, I'm told there's one question here, so let's take it and yes.
Thank you. I think I enjoyed the discussion, but one question. You know, accounting, ACCA, ICA, after tutoring, it is recognized in their institutions or wherever they find themselves. HR professionals, when we charter, what happens to us? Where are we going? Thank you.
I always say this, okay, that when an employee does any development activity, if you invest in yourself, or even your company registers you for a certain program or puts you on a certain development course, the ultimate benefactor is you, the individual. I have always shared this with employees. And so for me, my interest and my response to you is that in your company, you may not have that recognition, but know that when adverts are placed, it is in there. Professional certification in CHIMP, SHRM, the UK one, it is there. So maybe in your business, you may not recognize these certifications, but the ultimate is that it is helping you to be a better version of yourself. And when there's opportunity for you to advance, or even if you have to apply for other jobs even outside of your organization, it gives you the edge and puts you at a higher pedestal. So in your organizations, I'm not sure how the act, madam, the act is going, or what the act is saying about placement, but the act is saying that all HR practitioners should have some form of certification, and that gives you, the individual, that edge. It's not about the company benefiting from you because you have chartered, but you position yourself at a certain advantage. Yeah.
Yes, and I just want to add this. I think after the certification, be ready for master classes, participating in workshops like this, because something we are just there and then we end. If we do that, then we'll keep on being ready.
Okay, so they've said it all, but once you do the charter, it's like the ACA, the ICC, that you've gotten the certificate or the certification. Now you are mindful of what you do. Okay, I have a certificate to practice as HR practitioner. Now, whatever I'm doing, I'm asking myself if maybe I'm tackling a particular issue or I'm resolving an issue. What I'm doing, if it is being discussed on the television, would the HR professionals be okay with it? So I'm always conscious and mindful. It's not just doing the program, okay, but it helps you and also to stay updated. Remember that the labor law per the section 9 of the Labor Act, it mandates the employers to train and retrain our employees, to give us the opportunity. We also have the right to be trained and retrained. And so once we sponsor people to do such programs or to upgrade themselves, it is for the betterment of the person to move along with the company to any level that the company wants to go. And you yourself, you are always prepared whenever there is a position which you fit in because of that position or because of that certification. It makes it easy for you. And so we should always prepare ourselves. Thank you.
Absolutely. Let me throw in a bit of controversy or a different dimension over here. Charter after charter, will I be recognized? You see, for me, the bottom line to this is the skills, the competencies, and whatnot that you acquire. When you went for your charter status, you need to translate this into your work. It is supposed to, the knowledge, the competence, the experience, and all those skills that you acquire is supposed to enhance your work. Has your productivity gone up? Your behaviors, your attitudes, and whatnot, have they gone up? Or you remain where you were before the charter? And I think that if we just jump in to say that you have chartered, so we are recognizing you, you have chartered, we are promoting you, whatnot, then productivity will suffer. So the ball comes back to you once you throw it at the wall. If you charter, do what is supposed to prove yourself. Thank you.
Great insight. So I think it's important that you carry the conversation on. Maybe those people are recognized because they have proven that they deserve a seat at the table. And so they are recognized for it. So now we are also requesting for a seat at the table. How do we prove that? And this is where where HR have shifted to. Now we are chartering. Initially, it didn't used to be so, but those accounting and the finance people, it was there long ago. So if you are now charting a path, and this is what you have now build the conversation around it. Let the business owners, the CEOs, let them understand. And if you can support why they should give you a seat at the table because you have charted, and you are able to prove, just like they have all said, that indeed there is a clear indication of what you have acquired. I believe it sets out the conversation, and then we can take it up from there. So thank you so much, distinguished panelists. I enjoyed the conversation, and I believe I know a lot of you have questions and suggestions to give. So it's an indication that next year, when we call for SEDAT HR conference, I believe that we are all coming, and even coming with more people, so that, let's grow the community, let's learn from each other and make HR indeed a business partner. Thank you so much, and enjoy your day.
Yes, the CEO of SEDAT Consult to wrap up the conference for us.
This is a clear-cut example of many are called, few are chosen. Those of us here now are the chosen ones. And that is how I know that we are going to make much impact in our organizations. Thank you so much. Thank you for the investment of time, for the investment of money to be here. We appreciate you. Thank you. I can't thank platinum sponsors enough. I'm a Rural Bank. Thank you so much. It's been 3 years and you've been with us, and every year you make the money bigger. Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you to our partners, to Asasi Radio, to Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to SHRP. Woyome is here. Woyome. Okay. Strategic HR Professionals Network. Thank you so much for your partnership. Thank you to HR Network Africa, Okante Studios, Click Impressions, and all our partners. We appreciate you. Baka Africa. We have a special presentation, and I'm honored to actually do this presentation. Give it to our platinum sponsors and our speakers. Thank you so much. So please, first to Amefima Rural Bank. So I want a rep from Amefima Rural Bank to please. This is just a token of our appreciation. You know from the depths of our hearts how grateful we are to you. You know that we appreciate this partnership, we value it, and we are grateful to you. So I will call on Priska to please help me do this presentation. Please, a round of applause for her as she comes to present this as a token of our appreciation to Amefima Rural Bank for their support, not only for SEDAT Council, but the practice of HR in advancing the cause of HR. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. And one man, we saw the video, one man who has brought about so much transformation in Amefima Rural Bank is Dr. Alexander Asma. He's not here, he's the CEO of Amefima Rural Bank. So we want to make this presentation, and I want Tony to receive on his behalf. And Madam Amelia, please do us the honor and present this to Dr. Alexander Kojo Asma. Thank you very much, Madam. And when we talk about the growth of Amefima Rural Bank, the CEO has his part to play, and the HR, and Tony, Anthony, Brony, you're very Brony, so you're Brony. We want to appreciate you for your contribution to the practice of HR and to the SEDAT HR conference. I'd like to call on Woyome to please help me do this presentation. Thank you very much. He's a fine gentleman. He's very loaded, but I am not Shakwana. Thank you so much. Thank you very, very much. We want to also honor the speakers. If you look at the post, I realized that there was only one. I want to borrow Senyor's word, Magajia HR and she's soloed. I'm sure you bear testimony to that. We want to honor our sister. She's also a lady pastor, a pastor's wife, Madam Emilia Osei. And I would like to invite my husband, Mr. Kisi, to please do this presentation. I am here with. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. God bless you all. And please, this is just the beginning. We are in our third year. We've not reached anywhere yet. Right. And, okay, so I don't know how many of us know this gentleman. When you speak to him on phone, you think you are speaking to a woman or a lady. And there are few people who I know, I can say without a shadow of doubt, that they've got my back as far as the practice of HR, the business, HR consulting, and everything about SEDAT Consult is concerned. and one of such person is Senior M. Ejabin. And I want to appreciate you, Senior. Please come and take your citation. This one you can't hide. Please, let's give it up. And I want to do this presentation myself. Thank you so much. For the other speakers, I want to personally go to their offices and present to them because they are not here. Meshach and then our keynote speaker, Nuhu Salifu. But thank you everyone for coming and I appreciate you. Let's keep the conversation going. And I want to appreciate my very good friend Zach. Zach came all the way from Accra to be here. Please, a round of applause for Zach. Zach, thank you so much. He's one of the people that have got my back. Thank you so much. Thank you all for coming. And I appreciate all of you. Yeah, Woyome is here. When is Woyome? Oh, Mr. Woyome, please come. They have heard about you. They know, it's not the Woyome, the politician. This is Woyome, the HR guru. And when it comes to AI in HR, he's your man. He's written a book. Unfortunately, he didn't bring copies. Did you bring copies of your book? No. Yeah, I mean, he's run out of copies. So please come, let them see you. Thank you. This is my very good friend. And everywhere I go, Papa did this say he was there and here too. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Photo Pacho trying for me. Photo be trying for me, Pacho. Thank you. I'm also advertising him. You know what I mean? Thank you very much. We have a closing prayer from Pastor Prince. Okay, so before Pastor Prince comes, when I was giving my welcome address, I mentioned the role of the volunteers in helping us put this together. Every year we call on them and they come here. Some of them have left, some are here. Please, all the volunteers, there is conference volunteers, if you are here, please be on your feet. Let's acknowledge you. Thank you so much. Sylvia, thank you so much. Vincent, thank you so much. Ali, thank you. Thank you so much. There are others too, but some of them are out of the country. They would have been here. Thank you very much. And in this morning, I said, and I don't really mince words in saying this, I really appreciate my team members. SEDAT team. Come. Team members, please. Please come. Linda, George, Owen. Please come, hurry up because we want to go home and eat our food. Please, let's clap for them. They've done so well. A small but committed team. Very committed, very dedicated, and creative. So, what is supernatural? What is supernatural? Look at who's a creative. So please, and please come, and let the photographers take picture of you and our panel members. Please come. Panel members, please come just to take a photo of them. This is Mina. Mina, when was it Meshagu was talking about the internship and all that? She applied for the job and we thought that, oh, okay, you don't have it yet. Would you like to have, was it a 6 months internship with us? She said yes. And after the 6 months, I couldn't let her go. I just couldn't. Yeah, so thank you. George wears so many hats. Sometimes I weep for him. He's not slept for 3 days and 4 days. So committed. Thank you. And Supernatural, our creative mama. Thank you. Kelvin is the person who is in charge of Kumasi branch. Kelvin, come. Please, we are open for business. So please see Kelvin. Yeah, you see the team is young, but they are loaded, and I really appreciate Linda, thank you so much. Linda does what she does without taking a penny. Thank you so much, and I appreciate all of you. God bless you. But Better picture, my word. Jessica, Madam Emilia. Where you may? Zach, please come. Senor Pachobra. Please come. Photo, Pachombe Chayan, picture baku. Yembra say Anna. MC, Pacho, we are Pastor Pace Baba Paya, Bejo microphone. Thank you.
Everybody say, say, how can I express my gratitude for all the many things you've done for me? Words are not enough, yeah, to say thank you. Say, Lord, you are my everything. How can I express my gratitude? For all the many things, Father, you done for me, yeah.
Okay, let's pray. Can we be on our feet in pray? Father, we are so grateful to you, Lord, for such a graceful and a great conference. We thank you, O God, for the wisdom and knowledge that have been impacted. We pray, let this wisdom stay with us and cause us, O God, to be strategic agents of change in our organization. We pray, O God, that you take all of us safely to our goals, keep us, O God, and use us to cause that change we need. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.